Well, hello, dear comrades, and welcome back to another episode of a close reading of Kōhei Saitō's Slow Down. We spent quite a long time last week reading through the chapter 5 of the book on accelerationism, and we ended with stressing that it is important that we rethink what we mean by abundance and scarcity. And this is what the sixth chapter is about. Its thesis is capitalism produces scarcity while communism produces abundance. We are going to spend 2 weeks on it. Today we are going to go through the idea that capitalism produces scarcity, thereby debunking the myth that we need capitalism in order to enjoy abundance. This is a well-established and well-spread myth. Whenever you ask people which produces plenty, capitalism or communism, most people would surely answer capitalism. Capitalism has fostered technological advances previously unseen in human history and brought about a society rich in material objects. So this is the mainstream belief that most of us have, but it's time to prove once and for all that it is completely wrong, and we will leave for next week the idea that it is actually communism that produces abundance. So let's start with capitalism's relation with scarcity. Why capitalism can only work if there is scarcity. First, we can just see that capitalism doesn't produce plenty simply by looking at the world, since 99% of the population lives in scarcity. When capitalism advances, economic hardships for the masses advance too. The plenty that capitalists credit capitalism for producing is a plenty just for the upper classes to enjoy. When 99% of the world doesn't have access to that plenty, what we have is scarcity. Let's take a concrete example to see how scarcity works in capitalism, because it may not look like, what most people imagine when we say scarcity. So let's think about land. Now, we can all agree that there is no scarcity of land, because land is technically everywhere. There is plenty of it for literally everyone. The 8 billion people on Earth can all have access to land. So why is it that we are living in overcrowded cities while millions don't even have a roof over their head? And the answer is simple. Take places like London and New York and look at the price of even small apartments. Their costs reach easily millions of dollars, while rents have climbed to thousands of dollars a month, even tens of thousands in some areas. And every day their price and rent keep going up. So what this means is that although those places exist, property rights make them affordable or not. The more expensive they are, the less people can have access to them. So even if the amount of land is plentiful, if there are less and less affordable lands, then we have a scarcity of land. And to tell you how stupid this can get, consider that these properties are frequently bought and sold by very few people, which means that someone who can afford those places usually buys more than one, which begs the question, why would he or she need that? Clearly, most of these properties are not sold and bought to live in, since one person has more than one. Well, they are sold and bought not to shelter people, but as assets for speculation, meaning that they expect its price to rise and that they will be able to sell it later at a profit. And as the speculation increases, so does the number of apartments that remain uninhabited. The result of this process is that long-time residents who can no longer afford rising rents are driven out of their homes, and many end up homeless. So I hope that this naturally would get your blood boiling, because, think about it. People are driven to live on the streets, while there are more than enough homes to shelter them, but they are kept away to be exchanged just for profits. So to quote Saito, from the point of view of social justice, it's a scandal that so many people are experiencing homelessness in a city filled with vacant apartments, bought and sold as mere speculation. And so if this is not artificial scarcity, well, I don't know what is. When you consider that even members of the affluent middle class are struggling, having to work themselves to death just to afford rent of a one-bedroom apartment in Manhattan, when independent business owners can't open offices or storefronts in the downtowns of London or New York unless they are large-cap corporations, how can you say that this is not engineered scarcity? So this doesn't look like plenty at all. So even if you say, but look at all the things that we were able to produce by capitalism, yeah, that's kind of the problem. All you can do is just look at it. People have no houses, but they can just look at all this opulence, all the empty houses that are here just for show. just for speculation. And capitalism only produces plenty for a minority of people, not for most of us. For most of us, it produces scarcity. And this is not just in housing or land, but in all fields, in food, health, education, infrastructure, technology, etc., you name it. And by contrast, Saito says that communism doesn't require profit to produce anything. Again, capitalism is not capable of producing plenty and for everyone because then it won't be able to make profits. If you try to argue that technically it gives us the tool to produce plenty, well, those tools can be produced via other means than capitalism. Communism is not only capable of doing as good as capitalism and in a shorter time, I mean, if you want the productivist version of communism, but it also doesn't it also does it without, scarcity, because first, it's not its goal. Producing scarcity is not its goal because it's not trying to make profits. Capitalism's goal is scarcity, whereas communism's aim is to provide abundance. Like I said last time, it won't be the same kind of abundance that we picture in our mind, the kind of abundance produced by capitalism and came to be known as abundance is the abundance of the imperial mode of living. If we agree that the imperial mode of living is unsustainable, no matter what, then it's time we redefine abundance. But just here, even with the land and housing at our disposal now, with communism, land speculation will be, banned. That means that prices would fall by at least half or even 2/3. And we are just talking about a little bit of communism here, since in this example, there is still money and prices involved. Because normally in communism, there will be no need for money anymore. Anyway, so in capitalism, land prices are created artificially, meaning that they don't correspond to a use value. They are completely detached from use value. They don't have a price according to how useful they are, to in what way do they, respond to human needs. And therefore, a drop in price does not affect the land's use value at all. The land or apartment would still serve the same function and as efficiently as it was under the high speculative price. Yet capitalism's success lies in its deception to make us believe that use value is the entire recompense for price, meaning that its price reflects how useful it is, and therefore its price is legit. And so confusing use value for price, thinking that if something is overpriced then it must be, very useful, it is the way capitalism fools us into confusing the scarcity it produces for abundance. Again, capitalism requires that price doesn't reflect use value. Otherwise, it won't be able to make a profit. Profit is something invented out of thin air by the capitalist, so that the capitalist, to conceive us, to convince us to buy it, needs to make us believe that it is somehow an equivalent to the use value of the thing. So he claims that you have a need that you won't ever be able to fulfill if it weren't for his product. So the rhetoric is like this: nowhere in history people were able to fulfill these needs that are artificially created, but that's a secret, and therefore I'm producing abundance since now I'm allowing you to satisfy a need that nowhere in history you were ever able to satisfy. But in reality, no. Anything created by capitalism could satisfy our needs without adding anything fancy, actually, without creating artificial needs that no one really asked for. But then it won't be able to make a profit, and so it wouldn't be capitalism. Or it has to make you believe that the needs required to a fulfilling life somehow demand products that are this overpriced. So the confusion of price and use value makes people willing to work themselves to the bone just to barely afford access to, to this land or those products. And so this is not abundance. Even if you produce in quantities like never before in history, the fact that you conflate price and use value means that for 99% of the world's population, we are living in scarcity. So let's explain in more detail why capitalism necessitates scarcity, and this is by going back to Marx's Das Kapital. So our first stop to understand the intrinsic relationship between capitalism and scarcity is in the notion of primitive accumulation. Here we need to talk about the enclosure movement in England between the 16th and 18th century. We already mentioned it before. It is the process by which farmers were forcibly expelled from farmland that had previously been managed communally to establish private property. And so that is enclosure, the legal process of taking land that had traditionally been shared, common fields, open fields, or village communes, and turning it into privately owned plots, often fenced off or enclosed. And so this is primitive accumulation, when someone starts claiming for himself what was usually everyone's and thus forces out those who were there. And so this is the act of enclosing that property. You cannot have primitive accumulation if you do not enclose the property. And so this here is the beginning of capitalism. If there is no enclosure, primitive accumulation wouldn't be possible, and thus capitalism wouldn't be possible. Now the question is why? And the answer is simple: profits. Enclosure is what allows for profit to be possible in the first place. If you wish to make profits, you need capitalism, which needs enclosure. Like Saito says, enclosure was instituted to allow farmland to be used as pasture for more profitable sheep, or in the case of the Duke of Norfolk, to enable the consolidation of land into large estates so that higher concentrations of capital could be accumulated through their management. So what Saito says here is that when land was enclosed and the farmers or peasants driven out, the purpose for a lot of that farmland was to turn it from arable land to pasture land, meaning from land used to grow crops to land used to feed livestock, mainly sheep. And the reason landowners did this was first economic. Sheep farming, especially for wool, was more profitable than traditional crop farming. By enclosing land, farmers could control the pastures, manage sheep more efficiently, and increase their profits. And the second example, illustrated by the Duke of Norfolk, was social and financial. The Duke of Norfolk is the title held by the head of the Howard family, one of the most prominent aristocratic families in England, which replaced the title of Earl Marshal. So the Howards have been Dukes of Norfolk since the 15th century. The first Duke from the family was John Howard, and by the way, that title still exists today. It's currently held by the 18th Duke of Norfolk, Edward Fitzalan Howard, I think that's his name. And so this family was among the big families at the heart of the enclosure movement, along with the Tudors, the Russells, the Seymours, etc. And so these were powerful landowners and politicians, and they were often involved in national affairs, which gave them ceremonial responsibilities at royal court, with several dukes playing significant roles in England, in English history. So in the enclosure movement, the dukes were involved in it. And so these aristocrats, they consolidated land to increase wealth and influence. They would take smaller scattered plots and combine them into large estates, sometimes displacing peasants who had traditionally lived there and had rights to farm or graze animals on common land. So enclosure allowed landowners to combine many small plots into large estates. And large estates were easier to manage and could generate higher returns on investment. So by managing bigger, consolidated estates, landowners could accumulate more wealth. And so capital here doesn't just mean money, it means resources and assets that generate profit. And so this, of course, angered the peasants in Norfolk, who tried a rebellion in 1549, destroying, fences that had been put up by wealthy landowners. So this is called the Kett's Rebellion, after the name of its leader, Robert Kett. It's spelled K-E-T-T, in case I'm mispronouncing it. But it was crushed by the dukes. Not by the Duke of Norfolk, because he was imprisoned at that time, but by the Duke who replaced it, the Duke Edward Seymour. So he's the Duke of Somerset, who also replaced the Duke of Norfolk for that time. And when I say crushed, I mean that the rebels were 16,000, while the armies sent to crush them were about 14,000 soldiers. And the results were 3,000 dead, at least among the rebels, while the army only counts about 200 dead, so it was like a bloodbath. And so the farmers didn't leave voluntarily and peacefully. They were actually violently driven out of their land and home and deprived of their means of production and subsistence. Having lost their rights to cultivate the land that sustained them, they were forced to move to the cities. But when they arrived in the cities, they weren't looking for jobs first. Rather, like Saito says in note 119, naturally they didn't become docile, diligent workers immediately. They were first a population of vagrants and beggars, many becoming bandits and threatening the order within the cities. It was through the violence of the state that they were disciplined into becoming a self-governing, obedient workforce. So Marx mentions this period of transition in Volume 1, Chapter 28, Bloody Legislation Against the Expropriated. And in it, Marx catalogues the harsh vagrancy laws introduced through the 16th century in England that were aimed at disciplining those expelled from the land. So vagabonds and beggars were whipped, branded, imprisoned, enslaved, or even executed under successive vagabonds acts. You had the acts of 1536, and 1547. This last one was actually introduced by Seymour. And do you know what they allowed you to do? Under these acts, you can actually take as a slave someone who refuses to work and only have to feed him on bread and water. You can force him to do any work, no matter how disgusting, with whip and chains. And if he is absent for a fortnight, he is condemned to slavery for life and is to be branded on his forehead or back with the letter S. And if he runs away 3 times, he is to be executed. And as for the ones prior to 47, because this one was the acts of 1547, the ones prior to it, they introduced the license to beg. Like you are required to have a certain document, a license, to be allowed to beg on the streets. Otherwise, you are either taken in slavery or flogged, branded, imprisoned, etc. And so Marx describes what that looked like on the first page of the chapter. They are to be tied to the cart tail and whipped until the blood streams from their bodies. Then they are to swear on oath to go back, to their birthplace, the same place from which they were expelled, by the way, or to where they lived. They have lived, the last 3 years, and to put themselves to labor. And if you get arrested a second time for vagabondage, you are whipped again and get half of your ear sliced off. And if you get caught a third time, it is execution. Now you are executed as a hardened criminal and enemy of the Commonwealth. And so that's for the Act of 1530. And it gets only harsher from then on. The Act of 1572, for example, allows you to flog and brand on the left ear, anyone who is above 14 years old and doesn't have a license to beg, unless you can get someone to hire him for at least 2 years. And if he's above 18, it's either execution or someone hires him for 2 years. And if they are caught 3 times, straight execution. I mean, we can go on and on now because the chapter is filled with such examples, going through all of these acts to discipline the workers. And so the proletariat then wasn't created the moment the peasants were expelled from the land that they used to work on. They first had to be criminalized in order to coerce them into wage labor under brutal conditions. Only then the proletariat was created and ushered the golden age of capitalism, the Industrial Revolution. Now, what's the relevance of this in our discussion of scarcity and abundance? Well, the general interpretation of Marx's analysis of primitive accumulation is that it's a form of bloody prehistory to the rise of capitalism. It's taken as just a historical or prehistorical phase in human development. This is either seen as just one event that led to another, a bloody event that is, or if you try to fit this within Marx's progressive view of history, this would mean that primitive accumulation was the necessary first negation of communal property, which triggers the beginning of history. In other words, primitive accumulation is just seen as what launched capitalism, and that's it. It doesn't try to understand primitive accumulation in relation to scarcity and abundance. As a matter of fact, when it does, it simply associates the moment prior to this accumulation as that of scarcity, as if there was no abundance in the commons. And despite all criticism of capitalism, we have to concede that it is paving the way towards abundance. And so this interpretation of Marx's analysis of primitive accumulation is, according to Saito, false. If we take it that Marx abandoned his progressive view of history, then we can no longer hold this interpretation. But instead, we need to concede the opposite. We need to recognize that primitive accumulation was a movement from abundance to scarcity. So to fully understand Marx's argument, we need to take his use of primitive accumulation as a criticism of capitalism and not as a description of what came before capitalism. If we say that primitive accumulation was a movement from abundance to scarcity, and this is the basis of capitalism, then there is nothing that can justify in the least capitalism and renders the whole enterprise as unnecessary and unredeemable. Marx's theory of primitive accumulation provides the tool to grasp the process of enclosure from the perspective of scarcity and abundance. According to Marx, primitive accumulation is the precise process by which the abundance of the commons is divided up to create more and more artificial scarcity. In short, capitalism has fed itself by impoverishing people, starting with this inaugural moment of enclosure and continuing through today. So we need to demonstrate two things. First, that capitalism requires an impoverishment of the people, but if we say that prior to capitalism people were living in scarcity, then they were already impoverished. So to make our point, we need to also demonstrate, and this is the second thing, that the commons were abundant, and that it is enclosure, the division of commons into private properties that constantly try to eat each other up, that causes its impoverishment and so leading to scarcity. So what we need to do is understand primitive accumulation as the act to divide the commons. This is what made capitalism take flight, the division of the commons. So let's go back in history and analyze the process of primitive accumulation from this perspective, as the division of the commons, as dividing the commons. So when we talked about the commons in the chapter Marx and the Anthropocene, we focused on two examples of pre-capitalist communal management of land. We looked at the archaic Genossenschaft, not sure of the pronunciation again, so the Mark Association, the Mark village of the Germanic peoples, and we also looked at the Mir of Russia. We said that in these communes, people lived and worked while managing their land cooperatively. And they kept these practices of cooperation even after these, communes were broken up by war and the advance of market-based societies. So these practices survived in the form of public farming, for example, and Marx himself told Zazulich that in his hometown there are still people living like that. So these practices relied heavily on the land as their, dominant primitive means of production, and is managed by all of society rather than by free individuals. Like the scam of capitalism was to sell us the myth, two myths actually, that in communal management of the means of production, you get neither freedom nor abundance. So the best way to secure both is to make the means, possessible by private individuals who now are free from the constraints of the community. And this somehow is going to make productivity go up. But what do you think one individual who now is in possession of the land is going to do on his or on her own? Especially when you are talking about large-scale land ownership. The only thing that he can do is just exchange it. Land simply becomes a commodity to buy, rent, or sell, a speculative asset. Its value no longer derives by its utility, like its efficiency to satisfy needs. And so this was a criteria when land was managed communally. You know, the cooperatively managed land in England before the enclosure was called commons, and if indeed it is associated with scarcity and poverty instead of luxury and affluence, it's not because it doesn't sustain people. On the contrary, people used these lands, these commons, as needed to support themselves, gathering, fruit, firewood, mushrooms, and the like, as well as using these areas for fishing and hunting game birds and, gather acorns to feed their livestock. There were periods of famine and life expectancy weren't very high, true. Child mortality was common, although it was rarely because of food shortages that happens in famines and bad crops. But remember, famines strike capitalist societies too. The problem that we associated with pre-capitalist societies were due to a lack of hygiene or medicine, not because they couldn't sustain themselves. And no, capitalism wasn't the necessary tool for the development of medicine. As a matter of fact, capitalism always tries to slow down scientific achievements because it first needs to make sure that it can capitalize on it. It always tries one way or another to limit access to the kind of goods that it knows it cannot make a profit out of. But we will come back to that. For now, let's just focus on the commons known as land. Like I said, people used the commons to support themselves and were largely able to do so. You had abundance already, since no one was excluded from using the means of production to produce what is needed to satisfy their needs. The first thing we need to do is think of abundance as first an access to the means of production, because without that access, no matter how much you produce, you can have an unprecedented quantity of goods. If you don't have access to the means to produce those goods, you are in scarcity. Since the commons only exist because everyone has access to the means of production, then capitalism cannot coexist with the commons. And why, if you ask? Well, the answer is simple. If everyone already has what they need to support their lifestyles, commodities won't sell in the marketplace. No one would make purchases if they don't have to. So the commons ended up thoroughly divided via the process of enclosure, converted entirely into exclusionary private property. So free access to the means of production renders the necessary role of markets completely obsolete. If there is something that you need, there is no point in trying to negotiate with someone who possesses it to trade it, either with someone else, something else. So that is barter, or exchange it or trade it with money. So you have access to the means of production. Means that you have access to the means to produce what you need, so you just do it, or at least it makes markets unnecessary. Of course, people can exchange things if you want to be spare the time and labor to produce it, but what matters is the access to the means of producing it. So remember that speculative prices are based on exchange. Everything that is produced for the purpose of making a profit requires an exchange. It can only be a commodity. To make sure that goods and services, of course, can never be anything else but a commodity, you need to have a private ownership of the means of production, thereby forcing others into having to participate in the exchange. It is imperative that purchase occurs, and it won't occur if you all have access to the means of production. It will lose its raison d'être. So that's why capitalism always tends toward monopolies, because if I'm the only one who have to go through, I'm the only one you have to go through, I'm the only one you have to go through in order to get what you need, then I'm always going to make sure that you cannot get what you need on your own. Antitrust laws, by the way, exist because of this, because we're quite aware of this tendency that in order for me to make profits over something, I need to make sure that the something is scarce, that it doesn't exist abundantly, so that you can just pick it up or make it yourself. So antitrust laws try to downplay this tendency towards monopoly, because once there is monopoly, you can no longer hide the scarcity. So to avoid that, let's just, avoid having one person or entity control all of the resources. Let's just have, a few people do that. I guess it's better. Let's, take some fences off. Let's not enclose to 100% because that would be too obvious then. So Marx already pointed at this, whenever he speaks of free individuals in capitalism. He always puts, or he often, and usually puts free in between quotation marks when he talks about freedom in capitalism, because this is not a real freedom. Okay, it is illusory freedom. Already he pointed to the contradiction within capitalism, that it claims to promote freedom when in fact it promotes monopoly, as early as 1858 in an article for the New York Daily Tribune, the same media in which he published his articles on India. So this one is called Free Trade and Monopoly, and it is about China, and it ends with a sentence: when you take a look in the nature of British free trade, you'll find monopoly at the bottom of its freedom. And he also puts freedom in quotation marks. But we just explained that if people were not coerced into trade, they probably, we just explained that, that if people, were not coerced into trade, they probably won't trade. So there can never be such a thing as free trade. And in many other places, when he talks about the freedom of humanity, the freedom of the proletariat, of labor and workers under capitalism, it's, it's the same. They often come with the adjective, free between quotation marks. So in Das Kapital, Volume 1, in the chapter on the working day, for example, Section 5, when he writes about, the centuries that were required to get to capitalism, he adds that the free worker is free thanks to the development of the capitalist mode of production, so he must be grateful, of course. This free worker, Marx says, makes a voluntary agreement, but then, and this is, the peak irony, he adds that by voluntary agreement, he means that he is compelled by social conditions to sell the whole of his active life, his very capacity for labor, in return for the price of his customary means of subsistence, to sell his birthright for a mess of pottage. And in section 7, where he talks about, this idea that now the relationship between the worker and the capitalist is a free relationship, a voluntary agreement, a contract, like the relationship between a serf and his lord, for example, or a slave with his owner. The worker enters a relationship where he has to buy the commodity that the capitalist sells, but the worker produces, But of course, no one compels him to do so, right? He accepts to work for the capitalist. But in order to buy the commodity held by the capitalist, he has to sell his labor. But this is not slavery because it's a free contract. He says the worker is a free seller of his labor power, and so he succumbs without resistance once capitalist production has reached a certain stage of maturity. And again, free in quotation marks all the time. In the Grundreis, for example, in notebook 6, he has a whole section titled The Concept of the Free Laborer Contains the Pauper. And so this, again, means that capitalism claims that it has liberated the laborer, that now the laborer gets to work for his own account, and thus he has the means to never experience hunger, but in reality, this free labor is the cause of pauperization, of the impoverishment of laborers. We can keep on and on, we can also add the invention of human rights that he discusses in his article on the Jewish question in relation to the notion of a free humanity. But the point is, capitalism fooled us with the following myth. It's a myth that has two sides. First, in feudalism, everything belongs to the king and the feudal lords, right? Their possession comes to them just by virtue of birth. So of course this would be exposed as scarcity, since the nobility and royalty, the lords, keep everything to themselves, right? There was no way, if you weren't born in the right class, that you will ever have a good life, no matter how much you try. So the enclosure movement that later led to the establishment of the bourgeoisie had another vision, a vision that the means to become successful weren't determined, by birthright. It needed, something else that technically no one can stop you from getting, and that thing is money. When money, the universal exchange medium, became the new god, no one is now forced into a certain kind of life based on their birth. You don't have to be a slave or a serf obeying the whims of someone else. The means to freedom were now, on paper, accessible to all. No one can stand in your way to make money, to exchange on the market. But here's the thing. At the same time, the bourgeoisie theorized that it is through private property that I can be free from the king or the lord. Since everything belonged to them, first we need to secure property. This means that you need to make land the property of individuals, and therefore it secures it for that individual alone to do as he pleases with it. But what about those who cannot afford to buy that land, like the growing bourgeoisie? Those who have nothing but their labor force. Well, the same applies to them. Now they don't have to be serfs or slaves, which is issued from your origins. You can sell your labor, which allows you to have money that is completely yours. Now, work is no longer compulsory for the sake of the lord or king. Now you work for yourself, and as such, you too can have a shot at the good life. Since it is now money that runs the show, there is no need to limit ourselves to just what the king or lord demands, which was taken as the cause of scarcity, of course. Once you abolish the feudal hierarchy and hand over land to private individuals to do what they wish with it, suddenly production will skyrocket, since even the farmers and peasants who were expelled will now be free to get wages in return of their labor for their own private benefits. And if they work hard enough, they can too lead they too can lead affluent lifestyles. Again, nothing in the legal sense can stand in your way to make money. So from now on, scarcity is no longer imposed on you by, some sort of lord or by circumstances. And so this is the first side of the myth. Scarcity was due to the hierarchy which limits production, since production was managed for the sake of the aristocracy and the nobility, which held back the bourgeoisie. So on the one hand, you have this myth that capitalism knew that scarcity is when there is one or very few on top of everyone else. By severing, the bonds that tie us to, these kings and lords, everyone can now work for themselves and provide for themselves, and thus abundance and freedom. So we can summarize it by saying that it's not good when there is only one man who has possession of all land. It is not good for the bourgeoisie, who is trying to consolidate its power and its capital, but also bad for the commoners, who must work often for free for someone else just because he was born into nobility. And so this kind of hierarchy creates scarcity. Now we can agree on this. This is true. Both the myth is sold as the myth is sold as private property, being the only alternative to this. This is the problem. The myth is abolish feudal hierarchy, give everyone human rights, establish private property, and then boom, freedom and abundance for everyone. And so this is where the second side of the myth comes in. It is that we cannot have common property. Now, common property still existed, like we've seen in the previous episode, even during feudalism. The power of the king or lord was never wide enough to abolish common property. The enclosure movement wasn't a movement simply against the property of kings and feudal lords, but it was also a movement against common property as well, against the commons. So you have to make the case that not only feudal hierarchy produces scarcity, but also common property. And this is where we get to the second myth known as the tragedy of the commons. And it's the title of a 1968 essay written by the ecologist Garrett Hardin. And this essay basically tries to justify privatization of the commons because otherwise everyone will soon not find enough resources to sustain themselves. Like communal property leads to the destruction of the commons, of the plundering of its resources, and therefore to scarcity. So Hardin argues that the only way to protect the environment, and he even goes as far as claiming that this will end third world poverty, so quite the ambition here. The way to do that is privatization. Here's his argument. Hardin takes the example of a common pasture where multiple herders graze their cattle. And so this pasture is commonly owned, and so every herder can use it freely. Okay, he can use it as he wishes. But people act rationally, according to Hardin, by which he means in self-interest. So yeah, someone who acts rationally means for Hardin that someone, is thinking of his self-interest. That's what rationality means for this guy. So each herder will add more cattle by breeding, because they get all the benefits of an additional cow, right? However, while the benefit goes in the pocket of the herdsman, the owner of the cow, the costs of the cow will be shared by everyone. Why? Because that additional cow grazed the grass that your neighbor's cow was supposed to graze. In other words, there has to be a limit to how many cows you can have on the pasture land. Since everyone is following their own self-interest, then everyone will be popping up cows everywhere. If you have too many cows on the land, more cows than the ground can produce grass, then you will exhaust the soil and soon there won't be enough grass to feed the cows. According to Hardin, this is what happens when land is open to everyone, which is what he takes communal property to be. A land open to everyone means a land where no one has to put a limit on their own self-interest. So, what is funny in this essay is that Hardin claims that it is in communal property that people act as if there is an infinite quantity of resources. And therefore, for ecological purposes, it is necessary to impose regulations on breeding your cattle. But those regulations are privatization, which will somehow force each herdsman into mutual coercion. I mean, he even contends that, yes, sometimes factories do pollute water streams, so we need the law, we need some taxes. But if we didn't have private property, if we left it to the community, then, according to this genius, it will be worse. So sure, private property isn't perfect, but he writes, this is the best system that we have so far. So the only one that can guarantee that we don't fall into scarcity. All right then, you would think that for such a bold claim from a historical about a historical tendency, Hardin would provide sources for this, but no. There are no historical sources in his essay, not even one to support what he calls this tragedy of the commons, and to support that that this actually happened even once in human history. He gives no example of an actual existing commons that was ruined by that was ruined in the way that he describes. The only example he gives where you can see the tragedy of the commons unfold is that of a free parking during Christmas shopping season a few years before he published his essay, mentioned in just one paragraph. Like, that for him would justify that the tragedy of the commons is a fact. That because a mayor in Massachusetts once was like free parking for everyone, you don't have to pay the parking meter, and we got an overuse of parking spaces by shoppers who parked for long periods because there was no cost or time restriction. I mean, I'm guessing because he doesn't say what happened. He just says that there was an incident because of free parking, which led to an overuse of parking space. The result was, congestion and scarcity of parking spaces. Even though the intention was to make things easier for holiday shoppers, and from this, he wants to generalize to commons lead to poverty for all, and give free stuff, and that is bad. Okay, don't give free stuff. Socialism bad. This is what he wants to take from this example of the parking space. All the other sources are from philosophers like Hegel and Whitehead, and serious thinkers like Malthus, and even some mathematicians. So people who think about philosophical principles and equations, but no historians of the commons. No ethnographers, no anthropologists. The dude makes even the bold claim that the tragedy of the common is inevitable, that whenever you have the commons, you will inevitably get scarcity and dead land. He even asserts that it is fate, it is destiny, because that's how Whitehead defines tragedy. All right, okay. So you think that history will be filled with examples of actual societies and communities that collapsed because they tried to give people free stuff, and they'll be mentioned in the essay, but nope, not a single one. And what's even more surprising is that this essay became one of the most reprinted articles ever to appear in any scientific journal, and one of the most quoted. I even found an article from the website Climate and Capitalism by activist Ian Angus called The Myth of the Tragedy of the Commons, which says that this essay, The Tragedy of the Commons, has been anthologized in at least 111 books, and a recent Google search found about 302,000 results for the phrase tragedy of the commons. People are just rolling with it, even though it provides no sources for big, bold claims, and has been, proven wrong and again and again and again by historians, ethnologists, anthropologists, etc. Anyone who looks up the history of the commons sees that it's not the case. Angus provides sources showing that, the commons had practices of self-regulation. In English commons, for example, they were called stints. They include establishing limits for the number of cows, pigs, sheep, and other livestock that each commoner could graze on the common pasture, which protected the land from overuse and allowed the community to allocate resources according to its own concepts of fairness. I'm quoting Angus here. And he even provides a source for cases of overstocking, which, get this, were not due to communal management, but were the intentional action of wealthy landowners who deliberately put too many animals on the pasture in order to weaken their much poorer neighbor's position in dispute over the enclosure or privatization of common lands. In other words, overstocking was deliberately made by wealthy landowners to deliberately destroy the land to force the peasants out. They on purpose, the same people who want private property, they on purpose made the land unable to sustain many people, and then 2 centuries after, Hardin blames the commons for that. I mean, even if you want to take, the example of the parking spaces, you have to understand 2 things. First, it was done in a capitalist society. So in a mode of production that already makes scarcity. So of course, if you hand free stuff in capitalism, it's going to result in overuse. And second, Hardin presupposes that individuals are just dumb egomaniacs, or something like that. Of course, if you define a human being by being selfishly after his self-interest, and you define it a priori, you will derive this kind of conclusion. Of course, people would need restrictions if you portray them as incapable of self-restraint in an environment of artificial scarcity. Like, this is, capitalist mythology in its finest. Everything is made to force you into an exchange of commodity. And for that, it is imperative to destroy the commons. This is what should actually be, the inevitable truth. In order to have commodity exchange, you need to make people pathologically afraid of free stuff. You need to make them afraid that there can ever be such thing as abundance. It doesn't make sense to say that capitalism produces abundance while at the same time it forces you into commodity exchange. So what capitalism needs to do is to destroy the commons and forces you into scarcity. The real tragedy then, it's not that of the commons, it is the tragedy of the commodity, like Saito says. The result is what I call the tragedy of the commodity in opposition to Hardin's famous tragedy of the commons. So, it's rather when you move to a mode of production centered on commodity exchange, when you produce to buy and sell commodities on a market, it is then that you destroy the environment, when you alienate people, when you impoverish them. This is the inevitable course. Now, we'll go back to the expression tragedy of the commodity. Because it's not Saito's. Later on he will mention Stefano B. Lango, Rebecca Clausen, and Brett Clark's 2015 book, The Tragedy of the Commodity, as the source for this expression. So basically, commodity exchange leads to scarcity and pauperization. Like Marx describes in Das Kapital. This is the prehistory of capitalist formation in England. Prehistory here means primitive, the primitive, practice that formed capitalism. He's referring to the enclosure movement, not to actual prehistory, all right? Primitive accumulation isn't part of capitalism's history. Rather, capitalism's history starts after primitive accumulation. Once you turn common property to private property, you are setting the stage for capitalism. Capitalism only starts with the creation of the proletariat. So, you first need the conditions for that. You need to empty the commons, make sure that people who previously relied on them cannot rely on them anymore, to force them into, the big cities looking for work. The proletariat, the masses of free workers, now exists. Capitalism's history begins. If you take primitive accumulation as part of capitalism, you will have a problem of circularity. You need an accumulation which precedes capitalist accumulation, and an accumulation which is not, the result of the capitalist mode of production, but its point of departure. So this is in volume 1, in the eighth part of the book on the so-called primitive accumulation, which starts from chapter 26. The Secret of Primitive Accumulation, all the way to chapter 33, The Modern Theory of Colonization, is the last part of the first volume. And through the 8 last chapters, Marx explains what that primitive accumulation, what it resulted in, the primitive accumulation, which is the enclosure of the commons and the establishment of private property, and by that, the historical process of divorcing the producers from the means of production. So, what that accumulation process, that primitive accumulation, resulted in, how it formed the proletariat, and the living conditions of that proletariat. So here's how Saito summarizes it. He says, people were driven from the land where they had made their lives and were deprived of the means to support themselves. To rub salt in the wound, activities like hunting and gathering were redefined as crimes like trespassing and theft. As a result of the loss of communal management, the land became arid, both crops and livestock falling into decline, and fresh vegetables and meat became impossible to find. Having lost their livelihoods, many of these former farmers ended up moving into cities, forced to become wage workers. Because their wages were so low, they couldn't afford to send their children to school, as everyone in the family needed to earn as much money as possible just to eke out a living. Yet meat and vegetables were still too expensive to buy. The quality of their diets became low, the variety of foods restricted. Without time or money, traditional recipes became useless, and they were reduced to surviving on boiled or fried potatoes. The quality of their lives had clearly fallen. So does that sound like abundance to you? It certainly does for capital, because it measures abundance by commodity, since prior to primitive accumulation there were close to no commodity. Capital cannot claim that there is abundance. But of course, when people have common sense, they won't understand scarcity as the abundance of abundance as the abundance of commodity. Okay, they will actually understand that abundance of commodity actually means scarcity. So capitalism needs then to make us believe that abundance means abundance of commodity, which is stupid, because for a thing to be a commodity, it has to be scarce. Otherwise, you won't buy it. If it's abundant and you need it, well, you just take it. Defining abundance as abundance of commodity means that now access to commodity requires money. Okay, because, I mean, commodity is basically what requires an exchange, and in market exchange, what makes the exchanges money. So if everything becomes a commodity, it means that everything must be bought. The things that you need for survival must be bought as well. So how can capital forces you to accept this deal, while calling you a free worker, engaging in free contract, in free exchange and free trade? Well, by making you reliant on the commodity, by taking away your land and means of survival. Now you have to sell the only thing you got left to get that money and spend it in the free marketplace to regain the means of survival that I took from you in the first place. You need to sell your labor power. So the emergence of commodity-based economy prepared the grounds and conditions for capitalism to take flight. So far, we've seen the production of scarcity mainly with land, but this happens with all kinds of realms. It's not just from land that people need to be separated in order for capitalism to hold, but it's from other commons as well, like for example water. Rivers and streams don't simply provide drinking water, fishing opportunities, and nurturing your crops. They're also a source for an abundant, sustainable, and free energy, hydropower. Many people don't know this, but in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, the main source of energy wasn't fossil fuel or coal, but water. I mean, first energy was drawn from animate power, human and animal labor, but this quickly reached its limits because, well, people and animals need time to rest. They need time to sleep and eat, and there is a limit to the way that they can push, carry, and pull. So new energy sources needed to be found, and this is where the steam engine came to be entered the scene, marking the James Watt's revolution of the 1770s. So a steam engine works like this. You have a machine that turns heat into motion. It does this by using steam, boiled water, to push a piston or turn a turbine. So it needs something to burn in order to boil the water in a closed boiler, producing high-pressure steam to trigger motion. So the high-pressure steam is directed into a cylinder, it expands and pushes a piston back and forth, or turns a wheel in rotary engines. After pushing the piston, the steam is cooled and condensed back into water in a separate chamber, and so this creates a vacuum that helps pull the piston back, while at the same time the water in that separate chamber goes back into the boiler, and so the whole process starts again. So it all depends on whether or not there is a burning material. As long as there is something burning in the furnace, your process doesn't stop. So in the furnace you can put oil, wood, or coal. England was abundant with coal deposits in mines, and coal was more efficient than wood or oil. Coal's energy density is much higher than wood, meaning that it produces more heat per kilograms. However, the steam engine wasn't the only machine used to power machines. There's another engine that predates it and with which the steam engine was competing, which is the water wheel. So a water wheel is a machine that converts the energy of flowing water into rotational motion that can drive machinery. A river, stream, or man-made channel, like a mill race, directs water onto the wheel, and the wheel has paddles or buckets around its rim, and when water strikes them, its weight or force turns the wheel. And the rotating wheel then turns a central shaft, and through gears and belts, this motion is transferred to machines inside a mill, like grinding stones, looms, or cotton spinning frames. And so its advantage is clear. This is purely sustainable since it requires no fuel like coal to power it. And it was enough to power entire cotton factories. As a matter of fact, the main driver of Britain's cotton industry around 1800 was the water wheel, fueling as much as 70% of production around 1800, while the steam engine only about 20% and windmills 9%. So this is all documented in a famous book by Andreas Malm. It's called Fossil Capital: The Rise of Steam Power and the Roots of Global Warming. So this book traces how coal, then fossil fuel, came to replace hydropower and why. How we moved from the energy of flow to the energy of stock. When the steam engine was invented, of course, inventors kept competing against it. And there were two entrepreneurs who wanted to develop hydropower systems to such a degree that they'd completely bury Watt's steam engine. You had Robert Thorne and Kirkman Finlay. Now for them, water systems were inherently better because their energy source was not just abundant and powerful, but far cheaper than coal. In fact, well into the 1840s, water was still considered more economical than steam. Thorne in 1824 designed water systems that channeled rivers more efficiently, more effectively, using dams and improved wheel placement, and his designs increased productivity of machinery, allowing mills to run more machines at once, and this at roughly 1/8 the cost of coal-fired steam engines, making them extremely economical. And Finlay first implemented his water power setups at Rothesay, and later in 1824, Thorne in Greenock, providing free energy to the 33 cotton mills in the area. And so these setups could double factory output, showing that water could still compete with steam in terms of raw power, and even optimized how water was transmitted through pipes and wheels to maximize efficiency inside the factory, rather than just, turning a single wheel for simple tasks like grinding grain. Yet by 1836, steam had surpassed water, and by 1870, coal had decisively won. And so this victory was not due to efficiency or cost, since water was both cheaper and in many cases more effective, and it didn't rely on labor power to extract it, unlike coal, and transport it to the factories and steam engines. So coal was definitely way more expensive. So how come the water wheel disappeared? Well, it's due to the logic of capitalist production. Why is that? Well, because water power had a few disadvantages for capitalists. Finlay and Thorne were capitalists, and they were looking for profits, which means that even if they found a source of free energy, this doesn't mean that they didn't exploit workers in their cotton factories, which again were still privately owned. But the point is, it is indeed more difficult for capitalism to take hold with water power than with coal or fossil fuels. First, water power tied mills to rivers, usually in remote areas. This forced owners to build villages around mills and depend on small, relatively stable workforces. By contrast, steam engines could be located in growing cities, right beside large pools of desperate workers. With the rise of industrial capitalism in England came not only a new class of capitalists, but also a new class of workers. Former peasants and tenants farmers, displaced by enclosure or simply seeking survival, poured into England's growing cities. Between 1700 and 1800, the population nearly doubled from 5 to 9 million. By 1851, more than half of England's people lived in towns. And by the end of the century, nearly 2/3 did. For factory owners, the swelling urban workforce, was a gold mine. An abundant supply of labor meant competition for jobs, which in turn allowed owners to keep wages low while extracting ever longer hours. The cotton industry, the centerpiece of early industrial capitalism, thrived on this formula of low pay, of long days, and relentless productivity. So the cheap labor of the workers provided then a compensation of the free cost of water power. Mills that rely on water had to tie themselves to be located in rural regions where the rivers and streams flow the most. Regions that were already lacking in labor force due to the displacement of the peasants to the cities. So, to rely on hydropower means that you have to bring your labor force there. But why do it when you know that it is living en masse in another place, in the cities? It would then make more sense to build your factories there, where most workers already live, rather than near a river or near a stream. And so Malm gives a quote from one capitalist, a certain John Kennedy, not JFK, this is another John Kennedy from the 1800s. And so this guy said, instead of carrying the people to the power, it was found preferable to place the power amongst the people. Also, water was seasonal and irregular, which makes production depend on seasonal flows and river currents. This makes production inconsistent. To recoup losses during slow periods or periods of drought, owners forced workers to work longer hours than when, water ran strong. So these hours could stretch from 5 in the morning till nearly 10 at night, and this includes child labor too. Children had to work from dawn till late evening. And so this again shows that just because you use free energy doesn't mean that you will exploit less. But there is an advantage to the workers here. This exploitation soon met a lot of resistance. From 1825 through the 1850s, strikes and agitation spread across the cotton sector. Workers organized, walkouts, damaged machinery, and pressed for reforms. Owners struck back with tighter discipline and the threat of replacement, but these threats only work in urban mills, because it's there where you have a growing unemployed urban labor force. It doesn't make sense to threaten your workers with "I will replace you" if there is no one desperate to get the job, right? So for mills located in remote rural areas, this strategy of threatening, the workforce faltered, since there was no reserve army of labor to draw on. Thus, despite repression, the workers' movement won crucial victories. The Factory Act of 1833 brought oversight to the mills, and the 10 Hours Act of 1850 imposed real limits on the working day. And so these reforms brought some sort of relief to laborers, but they were, devastating for power-powered factories, only from the point of view of profit, that is. Bound by heavy fixed capital investments and tied to the rhythms of rivers, of water, the water mills could not adapt easily to shorter, more regulated workdays. And so their very dependence on nature became a liability. And so this shows something important, that this liability is only a liability for the owners, not the workers. If water flow was used not to make profits, but to sustain the workers, to satisfy their needs, then they can easily adapt to the irregular changes in the water flow. They don't have to exhaust themselves or work long hours. But because the point of these mills is to generate profits, respecting the limits of nature becomes a liability. Here lies the real turning point. The shift from water to stream was not driven by superior efficiency or lower costs. It was driven by the need of industrial capitalists to control labor more tightly. Fossil fuels offered flexibility. Machines could run anywhere at any time, regardless of river or seasons. In the struggle between workers and owners, steam became the weapon that secured capitalist dominance. Workers knew what is often forgotten today, that steam power was not adopted because it was cheap or more efficient. It was adopted because it gave factory owners greater control over their workforce. The point of hydropower in our discussion here is that it gives greater power and independence and autonomy for workers. The closer workers are to nature, the stronger they are when confronting capital, since nature itself, by its irregularities and its limits, is incompatible with capital's fast and exponential growth. On the other hand, having a production system that solely lies on machinery, a system where you need machines to even extract your energy sources, is like you have a barrier between you and nature. Unlike with hydropower, where the energy source just lies there in the open, and even the machines that you need to put that source into use can be made from other materials that just lie there. Water wheels are made of wood. Everything to put in place, everything necessary to put in place water power comes from the commons. But a system of pure machinery, where you need machines to extract the power source, that's a different story. Malm quotes a very important passage in Marx's Volume 1 from Section 5, The Struggle Between Worker and Machine, from Chapter 15, Machinery and Large-Scale Industry. This is the passage about the end of the section in which Marx says that machinery is the most powerful weapon for suppressing strikes, those periodic revolts of the working class against the autocracy of capital. So that's why strikes and riots in urban areas were less likely to succeed than those in the mills and factories located in rural or remote areas. It's because the latter are still dependent on nature to function. Thus, the workers were not yet completely separated from their means of subsistence, and they enjoyed more autonomy and freedom than their comrades in urban cities. In other words, workers resisted exploitation in both water and steam mills, but steam became a weapon for capital. It allowed owners to break strikes, relocate production, and intensify discipline. By mid-century, despite its higher costs, steam power triumphed because it gave capitalists greater control over labor. It liberated production from geographically and seasonably from geography and seasonality, and embedded factories in urban labor markets. So when fossil fuels became the dominant source for energy, it simply replaced coal, following the same logic. Coal launched industrial capitalism, and then fossil fuel consolidated it. The shift from water to stream was less about technological superiority than about, securing capitalist dominance. And so this lock-in to fossil fuel energy in the 19th century established the foundation of today's fossil-fueled economy and its ecological crisis. So, read Malm's book because it completely debunks the usual myth of how we came to use fossil fuels as the dominant energy source. The myth is that It's, as Saito says, a Malthusian analysis of technological development. So what does he mean by this? Well, here's Saito explain it. A shortage occurs in the supply of a resource because of the expansion of the economy. Prices go up due to this shortage, which provides the incentive to discover or create cheaper alternative. This is the typical Malthusian mode of explanation. So why is it Malthusian? Well, because Malthus' analysis of everything is like Hardin's. For him, as economies expand, scarcity will eventually pop up. Malthus used this in relation to population growth. He argued that there is a ceiling that once we trespass, if we breed too many babies, there won't be enough food for everyone, which will lead us into an existence of poverty. This is how Malthus explains poverty. It's because the poor keep popping up babies because they are too dumb to control their sexual urges. So these analyses keep coming back to the same issue, scarcity. So use of resources will always lead to shortages because as the economy expands and more people consume those resources, there will be less of them. But since everyone still needs them, so you have a high demand, but not enough for everyone. Then the prices of the resources will go up. Hence, the shifts in energy must then be from a scarce and expensive source to an abundant and cheap source. This is the Malthusian analysis. So normally, the reason why we got to coal and then to fossil fuel has to be because coal and fossil fuel are more abundant and cheaper than the energy we use prior to them. But we've just seen that prior to them, the energy source was water, which is both abundant and cheap. So the Malthusian analysis falls short. The real explanation is that in order for economies to expand, we're talking about growth-oriented economies like capitalism. The kind of energy source you need is one that you can monopolize. And as such, only a scarce energy source can be monopolized. Coal and oil, unlike the moving water of rivers and streams, can be transported and can also be monopolized. They are inherently locking technologies, unlike water, which is an open technology. Remember our last week's episode when we talked about André Gorce's distinction between open and lock-in technologies. A lock-in technology requires a top-down management, so it cannot be a technology that anyone can just find and use. An open technology, by contrast, is precisely that. It's open, meaning available to everyone, and as such, it can be managed communally, free from top-down management. Water, in Saito's words then, is an open technology, one that can be managed as a form of commons. Okay? Coal and fossil fuel, however, are locking technologies. Then you have the real reason behind the shift. Here's Saito summarizing it perfectly. He says, the shift from water wheels to steam powered machinery meant that factories could easily be moved into cities since they no longer had to be located beside rivers. Labor power was comparatively scarce in areas near rivers and streams, giving workers power over capital. But when factories moved into cities filled with masses of workers seeking jobs, the problem was solved as now capital had the upper hand. Capitalists were thus able to monopolize their scarce energy source in the context of the city and use it as a basis from which to organize production. Due to this, the power relations between capitalist and labor reversed completely. Coal is an exemplary form of locking technology. This move resulted in the sustainable energy of hydropower being pushed aside. With coal as the dominant energy source, productivity rose, but the air in the cities became shocked with pollution, and the workers themselves were overworked to the point of death. And of course, the switch to coal put us on the path from that point on to ever-increasing carbon dioxide emissions from burning fossil fuels. So, contrary to these myths propagated by capitalism, the commons were abundant. The commons of land and water were plentiful. They only lost their abundance through the process of primitive accumulation, sometimes even deliberately. We've already mentioned in our critique of Hardin's essay that while it's true that any member of the communal societies organized around the commons could freely take what they needed and use it, this didn't mean that usage was completely unrestricted. Hardin's essay would only be true if that last clause was true, that in the common, usage was completely unrestricted. But when we talked about Frase's studies of the Germanic Mark Genossenschaft, for example, we've seen that these communities, they had very restrictive rules, specific social mores that if transgressed, punishment was inflicted. So the type of individual who is just following blindly his self-interest, that cannot abide by any social rules in Hardin's definition, is the individual created by capitalism. It's not the one that actually exists through all times. It's not about human nature. Hardin is talking about a human nature invented by capitalism. The one who wouldn't give a fuck about others and only cares about his private property is a guy that was created by capitalism. Yes, that guy, if you give him open access to the commons, he'll fuck it up. But this individual that is only, defined by his self-interest, as if he isn't, living within a social arrangement or ties with others, is Hardin's creation. He and his capitalist buddies made up an abstract individual. They invented a human nature based on selfishness, and they were like, this person needs to be stopped. Only through, privatization, he can have limits. Only if he has to buy and sell stuff can he enter into mutual coercion so he doesn't destroy the environment. And so you get to appreciate this irony, right? Because it is precisely this imagined individual and the solutions people like Hardin promote that are fueling the belief that there is no limits to the earth, while at the same time creating scarcity. The same imagination that says we need restriction and at the same time acts as if there are none to his self-interest. So this individual is really the incarnation of the double bind, this double standard, this hypocrisy at this point, this stupid contradiction. He's a living paradox, too dumb to see that he is the reason why everything is going to shit. So again, yes, the commons were a commonly held form of wealth, and people made use of them freely, but this freedom consisted in appropriate use, a use that recognized the limits of nature. We already knew that there is a necessity to recognize before, Harding's genius insight, okay? We didn't need him to tell us that there are limits, that there is a necessity that we have to recognize, that there are limits that we need to recognize, okay? We didn't need privatization to coerce us into respecting nature, or to coerce us into coexisting with nature without intruding upon it unduly. And it is precisely this privatization that made us intrude upon it unduly. So it was privatization that turned abundance into scarcity with its constant profit-making incentive for overproduction. So the Mark Association, the Mark Genossenschaft, the Mir, the village commune in India, all of these commons were sustainable and abundant because they rested on these rules that were unknown and respected before Hardin. By contrast, the private property system that followed the enclosure of the commons, the primitive accumulation that divided them, destroyed this sustainable relationship between humans and nature founded on abundance. That's why now we have to live in artificial scarcity. That's why now we have to go through money just to satisfy our basic needs. Money that can only be gained through coerced labor, through more unnecessary human activity, which only adds more burden on the earth. That's why now we have to pay for the privilege to just acquire what was previously free and plenty for anyone to use. That's why we have to pay rent to acquire land, which now means that it is available only to those able to pay for the privilege. To quote Saito, what was once the commons became private property. Once people spent money to possess a piece of land, they could do anything they wish with it. No one had the right to interfere. Everything became dependent on the discretion of the private property owner. Due to this form of freedom, no one can stop an owner from doing anything, even if it results in the worsening of the lives of people who live nearby. Even if the land itself becomes depleted, even if the water in the area becomes polluted, it is in this way that the quality of everyone else's lives suffered in the name of the rights of the few. So thus we see here the heart of Hardin's contradiction. He blames people for having unrestricted freedom in the commons, but fails to see that it is precisely private property that gives the destructive freedom that he's describing in his essay and attributing it to the commons. So this is the same freedom that Marx criticized whenever he puts it between quotation marks. The freedom that the bourgeoisie promises, the freedom available to all because it only relies on money instead of birthrights. It is on paper available to all. While Hardin thinks that this freedom can be restricted because it comes with strings attached, like you have to pay for your stuff, like in the example of parking spaces. He thinks that the condition for this freedom, which is money, will also be what keeps it in check. But in reality, it's precisely what unleashes it. On the one hand, the people who lack money, so supposedly they cannot consume everything since they cannot buy everything in the first place, starts competing to get that money. And so this means an even increasing burden on the environment, since the number of human activities have to increase. So while it's true that lacking money will restrict consumption, this doesn't mean restriction of production or of human activity. So a restriction of product consumption doesn't mean a restriction of resource consumption. On the other hand, those who possess money, even if they are fewer than those who lack it, will have nothing to restrict them, will have nothing restricting them. You can try to increase taxes and do all of those measures that governments are fond of, but the wealthiest are always able to pay all taxes that you throw at them and still have enough money to do whatever they want with their property. So nothing stops the private owner from destroying the land, from depleting its resources, from poisoning the water wells and rivers that others depend upon, and they can still pay the taxes and fines. This, again, is illusory freedom. So this paradoxical freedom, it isn't new. Already in the 19th century, as early as 1804, so before Marx, people have warned against this, of this paradox that many suffer in the name of the few people's rights and freedom. So here Saito mentions James Maitland, the 8th Earl of Lauderdale, a Scottish politician and scientist who exposed this contradiction between some people's rights and freedom and the suffering of the many in his 1804 book, An Inquiry into the Nature and Origin of Public Wealth, where he warned that there is nothing to protect the public wealth against the rapacity of private avarice. We can frame the paradox as a contradiction between the commons and private property, or between public wealth and private wealth. The paradox is that these two wealths are antagonistic. If one increases, the other necessarily decreases. More public wealth means less private wealth, and more private wealth means less public wealth. And so this came to be known as the Lauderdale paradox. And it came back in popularity through an article written by Herman E. Daly in 1998, titled The Return of Lauderdale's Paradox, which is a response to a 1997 study which is set to price, the planet, and estimated the global value of ecosystem services at $33 trillion per year. So ecosystem services are services that we get from the natural world and are of fundamental importance to human well-being, to our health, livelihoods, and survival. You can say it's natural capital. And so in the 1997 study by Robert Costanza, it estimates those services to have a value of 33 trillion. And such a study made Daly argue that we need to bring back Lauderdale's paradox, because even though in his time the paradox was just a vexing theoretical anomaly, in our time it is a concrete and practical problem. So Daly says that the natural capital must be managed carefully. We exchange natural capital into man-made capital, right? So we take, something from nature and we change it into something that is man-made. So the value of natural capital is exchanged with the value of the man-made capital. What we must be careful with is make sure that the value of the natural capital services that are sacrificed as a result of human expansion is not greater than the value of the services gained from the expanded man-made capital. So the value of natural capital didn't enter into the exchange, they must always, I'm gonna say it again, the value of natural capital that didn't enter into the exchange must always remain greater than the value of man-made capital. But as man-made capital expands, nature's natural capital's value decreases. So that's why the Lauderdale paradox tells us. That's what the Lauderdale paradox tells us is the exchange. The decrease in ecosystem services means less resources due to population and economic growth. And so this translates as an increase of private riches, which always coincides with a decrease in public wealth. In a situation where there is no scarcity of natural capital, private riches in terms of natural capital would be zero, and public wealth in the form of natural capital, so total, we can call it total utility, would be at its maximum. So once private property creeps in, private riches start to grow, but not without the decline in public wealth. The 33 trillion identified by Costanza is a measure of how much public wealth or natural capital we have got left, and that we should resist further conversion of natural into man-made capital. So Saito provides the definitions of public and private wealth from Lauderdale. He writes, for Lauderdale, public wealth refers to wealth accessible to the common man, defined as all that man desires and useful or delight to him. By contrast, Lauderdale defines private riches as that which is accessible only to an individual. As he puts it, private riches consist of all that man desires as useful and delightful to him, which exists in a degree of scarcity. In other words, the sole difference between private riches and public wealth is scarcity. So the contrast between the two kinds of wealth is that since public wealth, natural capital, is commonly held by citizens, it's not defined by scarcity. Public wealth, in order to be wealth, must be available to the public. And as such, it cannot be scarce. It cannot be, available to only a handful. When you say this is for the public, then it presupposes that there is enough of it for all members of the public, right? By contrast, what is scarce is by definition what can only sustain a smaller number than everyone. If wealth X is abundant, it means that it can sustain everyone. Therefore, there is no point in claiming it as the property of few individuals. Lands, forests, seas, rivers, air, sunlight, but also knowledge, etc., can only be public wealth since they exist abundantly for everyone. For something, however, to become private, it has to be scarce. There's no sense in me saying that wealth X is only mine when there is enough of it for everyone. So only a scarce resource can be privatized. And since what makes a private wealth is its scarcity, the bigger that wealth, the scarcer it is. So if you want more private riches, then it means that you have to make it scarcer. Otherwise, it won't exist. Again, if it exists abundantly, there is no sense in privately owning it. However, in nature, there is no such thing as private wealth, right? Private wealth appears as a new arrangement of public wealth. Since all wealth is in its original state public, for private wealth to emerge, it has to be from that public wealth. But if private wealth is based on scarcity and it emerged from public wealth, which is defined by its abundance, then it can only mean that we moved from abundance to scarcity. Something had occurred to make the abundant resource scarce. Something had to deplete the abundant public health. Something had to decrease it. And so now we can say that this can happen naturally. A natural resource can suddenly waste most of public wealth, leaving not enough for everyone when prior to it. While this can happen, like for example some sort of natural disaster, while it can happen, it wasn't a generality. And even if we say that people lacked the proper tools to rationally manage their environment or properly deal with disease or natural phenomenon, this doesn't affect the proposition that it is only in scarcity that private property emerges, and that initially people lived in abundance. Again, this abundance isn't the kind which we think of. It wasn't, the Garden of Eden or a primitivist belief that our ancestors never had to worry about shortages or were smarter than us and had, deeper relationship with the fabric of reality or some shit like that. They were, aware that sometimes you don't find enough food, but they had the kind of arrangement that limited shortages. Like we saw with the Germanic tribes. They had rules that guaranteed that despite shortages, they can still manage it communally, hence allowing everyone to survive. So the kind of management that results in private property, however, is one that is rooted in the justification of sacrificing others in the name of personal enrichment. We can take a concrete example from today's ecological crisis. Water, again, is abundant and is something that everyone desires and needs. An abundant resource plus everyone needs it means a free resource. Water then is an ideal form of public wealth. But you can argue that you can have places where available drinking water is scarce. There are places where it is difficult to get water, where you have to walk a very long and dangerous distance to get it. And judging by our own standards, given how much water we consume, we can say that people living in those regions have a scarcity of water. However, what is likely to happen is that those communities will make rules to make sure that everyone can have an equal access to that resource and that it remains open to everyone. They can also develop techniques of water extraction that is both efficient to make water consumption easier for everyone and a sustainable way as well. But if they start thinking, how can I use that water to personally enrich myself, they'll start thinking how I can become the owner of it and prevent others to get it unless they go through me. So we see that there is a desire to dominate others here, making them, dependent on your selfish desires. Here, you cannot, let water lying around, even if the source is already far and exists in limited amount. Again, abundance here doesn't mean limitless. When the capitalist speaks of abundance, it's in that limitless sense, which again betrays this irony that as he talks of a limitless abundance, he's actually creating scarcity. So to make sure that others can get access, can get a free access to that water, he needs to restrict that access, making water scarcer and therefore destroying the communities. Now, since everyone knows that it's going to be whomever owns the water supply that will have a greater a greater chance or a guarantee of never running out of water, everyone will compete for that ownership. Today's water crisis is exactly that. It's not just that water sources are getting drier by global warming. It's that capitalism sees it as a business opportunity. It sees it as an opportunity for personal enrichment, and therefore it will try to limit access to it even further. It does this the same way it does everything else. It will try to force you into buying it to have access to it. In the case of the village community that needs to walk miles to get water, you have no one purposely limiting your access to that water. And even if the lake or the river runs completely dry or can no longer support the whole community, that community can still move to another place where there is water. But if you make their access to water conditional to whether or not they have money, then you got you got them by the balls, like George Collins says. Global warming makes this easier for the capitalist, since the quantity of water is diminishing, and the capitalist knows that it is diminishing as a consequence of almost 3 centuries of private property logic. Meaning that if we just manage water communally, that would be a huge blow to capitalism and private property. So capitalism needs to double down on it. This is the opportunity for it to make it even more scarce, not just by reducing the quantity of water available, but by commodifying it and assigning a price to it. It literally does to it the same thing the enclosure movement did to land. It encloses water in plastic bottles, for example, and sells it for a profit to increase not just private riches, but also plastic waste, which then will make water even scarcer, and so you have the cycle again. Thus, another freely available form of public wealth disappears along with land. Again, you have this weird paradox of capitalism promising us abundance while it can only run on scarcity, as it is expressed in the idea of national wealth measured in monetary terms instead of public wealth. Today, the very notion of national wealth, the GDP, is but the aggregate of private riches. Then, when you say this nation is very rich or wealthy, you don't mean this nation has a lot of public wealth. Wealth is only determined by money for us. This is another thing that we need to rethink. Abundance in capitalism is simply abundance in terms of money, in terms of private riches. So, in terms of commodity exchange and an exchange of commodities, so through money, can only occur between private riches. So, the mainstream view of national wealth just depends on private riches. The more they are, the wealthier a nation is. This is Adam Smith's thesis in The Wealth of Nations. You want your nation to be successful, you want it to be wealthy, you want it to be rich. Well, you want to be a member of the high club of first world countries, then you must convert as much as possible your public wealth into private wealth. So Lauderdale, by contrast, determines national wealth by public wealth, which isn't determined by money at all, and that's why it cannot be expressed in the GDP. The GDP is a very bad metric to evaluate the success of a nation. Instead, Lauderdale asserts that the metric should be your citizens' access to public wealth. Having a free access to it means that your citizens have a better life quality, and probably one that is self-sustainable, meaning that you don't need to exploit others for it. You don't have to make someone else's life miserable to have a good life yourself. That is the imperial mode of living. For some to enjoy good quality life, they have to destroy the life quality of others, meaning that they have to decrease those others' public wealth. So in short, they have to make others live in scarcity and can only sustain themselves if they buy what they need. Saito says, and indeed, we can see Lauderdale's book as a direct criticism of Adam Smith's proposition that the wealth of nation is measurable as the sum of the private riches held within them. Lauderdale asserts that while national wealth, when measured this way, increases as private riches increase, the true wealth of a nation resides in its citizens' access to public wealth. That is, the very commons whose diminishment produces private riches in the first place. This results in the citizens of a nation losing their rights to the things they need to live and falling into destitution. The nation's wealth, defined in terms of money, may increase, but the quality of its citizens' lives decreases. In this way, Lauderdale differs from Adam Smith, as he sees that the true wealth of a nation resides in its public wealth. So a clear example of how capitalism breeds scarcity is whether there is a surplus of production. That's when the capitalists end up with a stock of production that no one bought. This doesn't mean that no one needs it or there is no demand for it. Rather, capitalists don't want a surplus of production because a surplus can mean abundance. And this is bad news for capitalists. Not only a capitalist doesn't want a surplus, he doesn't even want people to actually buy the surplus, because the surplus means that he has to sell his product at a cheaper price, which wasn't planned in his cost. A surplus is a quantity of production that wasn't intended, and therefore it's actually a liability for the capitalist. It means that he paid for something that he didn't want. And if he sells it, he has to sell it at a cheaper price since it is a surplus. So he doesn't want to buy even through he doesn't want to buy it even though people can need it. Okay? Or he doesn't want to sell it. He doesn't want to sell it, even though people can need it. Also, a capitalist never purchases as much as people need. Otherwise, he cannot make them compete and see the price of his products go up. In fact, he needs a balance, but that balance for him is already below the point at which everyone's needs are fulfilled. So he can't hit absolute scarcity, but he must never go beyond scarcity. So he needs to keep production levels relatively low. Normally, for people who are right in their minds, surplus should be a cause for celebration. It's when you have a great harvest and know that there is enough to feed literally everyone. But a capitalist doesn't think that way. So what do you think happens to the surplus? Do they just, hand it over to those who cannot afford it? Or do they just burn it or leave it to rot? Yes, it's the second option. Lauderdale himself provides examples from 1804 with tobacco and wine. So he points to capitalists burning tobacco harvests when there was a surplus, and forbidding the cultivation of vineyards for the purpose of reducing wine production. They, deliberately want those products to remain scarce, so they either burn the surplus or they prevent its production. Surpluses are always wasted away in capitalism, which is a system that purposefully engenders scarcity. The measures that Lauderdale mentions are designed to create scarcity of tobacco and wine. He also mentions grain production, showing that if you produce 10% more grain than is usually consumed, that would diminish the value of the grain. However, if the wealth of a nation diminishes by a certain percentage of the whole of its produce of grain, the value of its grain would thereby increase. And that increase would, by that means, be added to the mass of individual riches. Thus, you would see that the wealth of a nation becomes nearly equal to the value which the whole grain of the country bore when no scarcity existed. So what this means is that on paper, your nation's wealth is the same or even increased when you just, take into consideration private riches. It's like, I show you statistics and graphs including more wealth, thereby you don't see scarcity, but, behind those graphs lies a barren land. Otherwise, Lauderdale mentions, brain is not brain. Likewise, Lauderdale mentions the same thing with spice production. He gives the example of the Dutch who burnt a considerable quantity of spiceries during fertile seasons. And then they paid the natives in their colonies on the Maluku Islands in Indonesia to collect the young blossoms and green leaves of the nutmeg trees and then destroy them. So this again shows how wrong it is to think of abundance and scarcity in terms of just quantity, since we just saw two cases in which having a great quantity of something doesn't mean that everyone is enjoying it or having access to it. It doesn't make sense to say we have plenty of wine but no one can drink it. In other words, scarcity and abundance are rarely a question of quantity but more a question of how resources are managed. This also works in the other direction. What can be seen as abundance by our standards, the standards of the imperial mode of living, is seen as scarcity from the point of view of communal management. And likewise, what can be seen as scarcity by our standards can be viewed as abundance by the standards of communal management. So this isn't to say that we don't need to dismantle private property. Like all we need to do is to manage rationally what is left of our public wealth. This sounds like saying, the poor can get just fine if they organize their time better. Communal management cannot coexist with private property. Also, this is not a call to go back to light our rooms with candles and live with our mules. This is a call to rethink the notions of scarcity and abundance. If we adopt these notions from the standards of communal management, from the standards of public wealth, then with the use of the natural sciences and technology, we can have high quality life, fulfilling and all, with leisure and cultural activities available to all and in a sustainable way. So initially, there is abundance. From the start, there is public wealth. That wealth can quantitatively decrease or increase, but it doesn't have to become scarcity. Rather, that will be tied to the way we manage it. So if it decreases due to a particular management, then it becomes scarce. The scarcer it becomes, the closer you get to private property. And once you're there, it's even more scarcity. Like Lauderdale says, private riches increase by increasing scarcity, meaning that private riches only increase at the expense of public wealth. Now, of course, Lauderdale wasn't a Marxist, and so his notion of public and private wealth can still remain abstract. So far, it seems that what makes wealth private or public is just the form of its management, so it is just formal. This doesn't say much about the content of that wealth. I mean, what if the wealth that we are all commonly managing is Facebook likes? Does that mean that Facebook likes are public wealth? Well, no, of course not. There must be another characteristic to wealth to be public than just, commonly managed. And so this is where Marx is extremely relevant. Public wealth is determined by its utility to the community, to how well it responds to people's needs. Facebook likes are obviously not that useful in order to have fulfilling lives, but water, land, housing, food, knowledge, education, networks, political power, health, technology, the 12 social foundations that we saw with Raworth in our chapter on degrowth capitalism. The commons are, the social foundations necessary for us to have good lives. That's safe and just, space for humanity. So those are considered public wealth. Those are what we need, what are necessary for us to live. And let's face it, if private companies only own things that are not within the social foundations, no one would give a shit about what they do. Anyone can make whatever those companies are making because it is from those social foundations that any production comes from. I mean, you can say, I can't own the material from which I made this, but you cannot copy it. You can make it an intellectual property or get a patent for it, but then it wouldn't be, considered useful to our needs. Otherwise, it would be public good. So you can only capitalize on things that are not useful. I mean, of course, capitalism is also, buying capitalism is all about buying useless shit, but the one way it can get us to buy that much of it, the only way it can actually capitalize on useless stuff is because it decreases the public wealth in the first place. Because it forces us to go through the useless shit that we can consume, just so that we consume, the useless stuff. And I say consume. The only legitimate way you can have access to what you need is only I meant because it forces you to go through the useless shit so that you can consume the useful stuff. And again, I say consume because the only legitimate way you can have access to what you need is only as a consumer. So you actually end up having to rely on someone else who gets to, be the possessor of public wealth, or what remains of it, and transforms it for you so that you can consume it. And so this can be the role of the state, capitalism's greatest ally. When utility is recognized, it has to remain between the hands and under the authority, under the guise of protection, the authority of the state. We know the myth, the state protects public property so that everyone can enjoy it. So utility has to remain between the hands of capitalism in order to keep us separate from it and thus dependent on it and reliant on the state to protect it and transform it for us for our public use. So this is where we need to understand public wealth through the Marxist notion of use value. And this is going beyond Lauderdale, who simply stops at identifying the paradox between public and private wealth. In a Marxist paradigm, we would call public wealth use value. Actually, we would only use wealth for the public and riches for the private. So public wealth becomes just wealth, which is use value, and private wealth becomes riches. So we have a distinction between use value and riches. Right? Saito writes, use value indicates the quality in something, for example, air or water, that satisfies a human need or desire. Use value existed well before the advent of capitalism. Riches, by contrast, are measured in money. They are based on calculating the value of commodities and thus don't exist outside a market economy. So let's unpack this, and starting with getting rid of a misconception. We already did that, but it's always good to rewind. So for Marx, there is no objective value as such. Use value is often taken as saying, water has objectively a use value, like that value is really in the water, like a characteristic of water, and so that is, that's actually false. Okay, rather, water comes to have that property when a subject has need for it. So it is not subjective, but it's not objective either. It's kind of both. Use value comes into existence in this relationship between me and the land or the water, the air, etc. Air doesn't have a use value as such. If everything that breathes ceases to exist, you can still have air, you can still have oxygen in the atmosphere or the ocean, but that air doesn't have a use value anymore. This, however, doesn't make land or water on par with commodities or riches. A commodity only has value within a market. It doesn't mean that markets don't have exchange based on use value. If we take markets as essentially commodity exchange, then we have to say that markets came with capitalism, but markets pre-exist capitalism. So markets aren't essentially about commodity exchange. It's markets within capitalism that are. Pre-capitalist societies sell and buy things, they exchange things for other things, but those things were exchanged on the basis that they serve a certain need for the community engaging in the exchange. If you need wood, but for some reason you are far off, the forest, but there is a village near the forest who comes to the market to sell or exchange wood, you will go and buy what you need. But there are two things here. First, the need for wood wasn't artificially created. It's not like you didn't need wood in the first place, but the seller had to create that need in you to buy it. And second, the village near the forest cannot keep you away from the forest. You cannot claim the forest as its. The village cannot claim the forest as its property, and only it has the legal right to chop off wood from that forest, for example. So if it does, then a war breaks out. But that presupposes that there is no recognition of a legal and legitimate right to own that forest, let alone if an individual owns it, or if the forest gets divided among individuals. So whenever someone tries to claim for himself something that has use value for others, it's an instance of primitive accumulation. That person tries to dominate others by denying them access to something that they need. When there is plenty of it for everyone, there is no justification for owning all of it. From then on, the exchange becomes an exchange of commodity. Okay, if that happens, if there is accumulation, a primitive accumulation, then there is going to be exchange of commodity. If you exchange something for first money, in which there is a power imbalance between you and who has the thing you need, and second, you cannot get it unless you recognize his control over it, and three, if you actually never needed it, or it serves no real purpose besides further exchange, or the dominant party exchange it for further exchange to enrich themselves, etc., then it is a commodity. So even something that could have use value loses it the moment it becomes a commodity. You can say that you need that wood, that it still serves a utility even when you buy it as a commodity, even in an imbalanced power relation. But think again, the seller, if he is a capitalist, wouldn't even bother with it if it only had a use value. Or rather, capital wouldn't bother with it. What capital needs is for things to increase their abstract value, meaning their price. They need the thing to make more money. It's not the need of their utility that they are, after, but if it can be exchanged for more money. That's precisely the speculative practices that we mentioned at the beginning of the episode. And sellers can only make a commodity's price go up for no reason if they also establish this unbalanced power dynamic between you and them. Again, you wouldn't give a shit about their commodity prices if, the commodity were abundant, which means that they're not commodities. If they had no way to dominate you by taking control of what you need, you wouldn't give a crap. So they need to make them scarce in the first place, or at least make the public wealth that they depend on scarce. So that's why use value exists only outside of capitalism and commodity-based markets. These two always go together. A commodity only exists within a market economy, while use value isn't limited to market economies. It can be exchanged on markets for the reason of use value, but that value doesn't emerge within the market. It's independent from the market. It pre-exists the market. That's the example of wood. Your need for wood didn't suddenly appear when you went to the market or under the pressure of advertisement. Rather, you went to the market because you needed the wood. A commodity only has value once it is exchanged for money, so only within the market. So we are talking about things you never needed before the market told you that you must buy them. And today, in capitalism, that's the kind of logic that becomes dominant, the logic by which value is conferred onto a commodity. Again, a commodity gets its value if it is exchanged in a market, which presupposes that power unbalance and serves no other purpose, at least essentially, than increasing that value. The more its value increases, the more money it will be worth. So this is speculation again. So the ultimate objective in capitalism, in capitalist production, is to increase this value that it can then, trade for money, which it can then trade for another commodity with a bigger value, then it can, then trade again for more money, etc. So this, of course, is the complete opposition to public wealth or to the commons. Such a logic is disastrous for communal property, and not only that, but this logic also does something to use value. It rewires it and redefines it. Now use value becomes what allows capitalists to create and increase a commodity value. That's what useful today under capitalism means. What allows me to make more money, to dominate others, to diminish public wealth even more, to increase scarcity even more. So in short, use value has been subsumed to the logic of capital and private riches. It now works for what is causing its own undoing. Use value now destroys use value, and by that, humanity is using the natural world to destroy the natural world. It uses what is useful to destroy utility. When this process is launched, at the end, it's a world where nothing can satisfy any need anymore. What is that, besides a wasteland on which we are all dying? As Saito says, as a result, use value is reduced to simply a means of creating a commodity's value, even though fulfilling people's needs through the production of use value was the entire point of economic activity. In pre-capitalist societies, it becomes completely displaced under capitalism. Indeed, use value can end up sacrificed, even destroyed, in the name of driving up value. Marx refers to this as the contrast or opposition within a commodity between use value and value, as he criticizes the irrational nature of capitalism. So that's it. The irrational nature of capitalism is this. Within a commodity, you have this contradiction between use value and value as such, value in the abstract. And so this tension can never be overcome within capitalism, and eventually value as such becomes dominant and suppresses use value until it disappears, making a commodity that is highly valued but serves no purpose whatsoever in terms of, real human needs. And so this again is that powerlessness of capital that is pushed to its extreme limits. We have a few commodities overpriced that no one can use, and we just look at them while we starve, while we gasp for air and die from thirst under a radioactive sun. So we have to suffer all of this, all in the name of the commodities. These things become, the medium that grants you access to resources. If you are going to use or consume a resource, it has to be in its commodified version. Now, let's go back to water as an example. Capitalism, like we said, doesn't like the commons precisely because one of the commons' two essential features is abundance. Water exists abundantly on the planet, and the second feature is that it possesses unassailable use value, as everyone relies on it to live. So abundance and use value. Once these two criteria are met, you have a commons, a resource that is, or rather, should be freely accessible and belong to no one. Indeed, it wouldn't make sense to restrict access to a good that is abundant, meaning that there's enough of it for everyone, and indispensable for a good life. Why would you try to restrict access to it? You kind of have to be a huge dick for that. Oh, and guess what? That's exactly what capitalists are and what capitalism does. It restricts access to things that are both abundant and useful by forcing us into getting them in a commodified form. So how do you get water in capitalism? Well, how is water allowed in circulation in capitalism? Well, in plastic bottles. It becomes a commodity because in the form of plastic bottles, use of water is now commodified and conditioned on money. You can use it only if you buy it. You cannot use it without spending money. Water supplies then become private property, owned by private companies that can buy and sell the water supply. From that point on, the purpose of water is no longer to satisfy needs or guarantee good lives, but becomes a profit-seeking enterprise. The point of water is to generate profits now. So this means that even the cost of accessing water goes higher and converted into water bills. The money that we spend on plastic bottles, on our water bill, especially if water supplies, gets water supplies get privatized, which is again the only possible outcome in capitalist societies, no matter how strong your government is. All the expenses to cover your waste, your water, your water use. So all of the expenses to cover your water use, your bills, and bottle prices, they must rise to levels higher than what is necessary to support you or all members of society. In order to make profits, the cost to consume water has to be higher than if it were free. Okay, so it's also a lie to think that companies are looking for a zero-cost production. There's no such thing, at least in capitalism. If you can produce something at zero cost, then that thing exists abundantly, so you cannot capitalize on it. So the only way for capitalism to take hold is by introducing additional costs that weren't there in the first place. It makes us have to go through countless unnecessary steps in order to get water. Each of those unnecessary steps is an added cost that, of course, we have to bear. Again, the capitalist adds these costs, but if he bears them, those costs will make his profits null. So it is us who have to bear the weight of those costs in our exploited labor to get the money to buy the water that was abundant in the first place, in the form of plastic bags that we too had created with exploited labor. So when you think about all the resources the capitalist has to put in motion in order for us to get the thing that was just lying fucking everywhere, the overuse of those productions, of those resources, well, what do they do? Well, they make this, the resource that we are, the resource for which we are doing all of this shit becomes scarce. It's not just that now water is available to those who can pay for it, as if the same amount or quantity of water remains the same. That also counts as scarcity under capitalism. You have an abundance of resource X, but since it is only those who have money who can get them, even if there's enough of it to satisfy 100% of the people, only those who have the money can use it. That's clearly scarcity independently of the quantity of the resource. We said that capitalism does that, but it also physically makes the resource scarce. Like it actually decreases its quantity. It literally makes less of it. Just to make plastic bottles, you already need a huge amount of water. You need to displace a huge amount of water. Because yes, water is used in plastic production. And not just that, but capitalism uses water in all kinds of industries. When you consider the amount of water used in the meat industry, for example, in cosmetics, in agriculture, to harvest products that are not even needed or that are not even that nutritious. Like think about the avocado crisis of Chile during the COVID pandemic, where how instead of using water for sanitary purposes, most of it was used as irrigation for avocado farms to produce avocado to export to Europe and the USA, just to promote the healthy lifestyle of Instagram influencers. And we mentioned that already in a previous episode. So water is involved in these industries that rise CO2 emissions, and therefore rising temperatures, which isn't good for water, in case you didn't notice. And this is without mentioning the dried and drained water supplies that ecosystems and even whole human populations depend upon. So it's not just you restrict access to the resources because you force people into commodity exchange. It's not just whomever has the money who can have access to what's abundant and useful for all, but the actual physical quantity of the resource is depleted, and soon there won't be enough of it left for everyone. This is, of course, good news for capitalists because not only they have forced us into commodity exchange, if on top of that the resources have significantly depleted so that there is physically not enough to sustain everyone, well, the prices will skyrocket and capitalists will see their profits double or triple at least. So going back to that story of the tragedy of the commons, we see again how wrong Hardin was and how his reasoning was ridiculously absurd. Thinking that by pricing water, it will force people into being more responsible with it, that's a dangerous myth. You're not, more careful with something just because you paid for it. And just because you put a price over something, it doesn't mean that you will restrict access to it when you are conflating free access with overuse. Hardin's biggest mistake probably lies in this. He conflates free access with overuse. And so he thinks that if the commons are abundant, the only way to conserve that abundance is by restricting access. Restrict access so that people don't go wild and plunder everything so that they don't overuse. But when you conflate free access with overuse, you don't restrict the kind of access you are afraid of, meaning overuse. On the contrary, that access of the rational, selfish, egoistic man that Hardin imagines, the access that that leads to overuse, that access is precisely unleashed the moment you try to restrict communal access. So the moment you say you have to pay for what's abundant and useful for everyone, you are thinking that you are restricting access, but in reality you have just opened the floodgates. That's how you get the plundering and destruction that you were so afraid of. There are those who believe that assigning water value is a way to encourage people to use it wisely as a limited resource. If it were free, people would waste it. This is the famous tragedy of the commons popularized by American ecologist Garrett Hardin. But assigning water value is simply a way of treating it like capital, leading to a slippery slope toward water becoming an object of investment to drive up that value as much as possible. Once this happens, problems emerge one after the other. So like we said, when you assign value to water, it becomes, price, it becomes unavailable to people living in poverty, unable to pay for their water bills, even if the quantity of water in circulation didn't decrease. But already the simple fact that some people become less able to pay for their water bills, even if the amount of water stays the same, the companies thrive more because the amount of available water has decreased. Since it is something that everyone needs and its available quantity is decreasing, then its value goes up. And so the profits will also go up. This means that companies managing the water supplies are always tempted to intentionally, and they often do, lower the amount of water available. So this can also mean lowering the physical amount of water by using it in the production process of further commodities and making the climate crisis worse, heating up the earth, drying up water sources, so that there is less available water. And that also includes potable water. It's not just drops in water quantity that result from the companies trying to save money, but also drops in water quality. We end up with contaminated water with all sorts of chemicals, unsanitized and filled with parasites. If water isn't clean, if it cannot be drunk, then it also loses its use value. It becomes unable to fulfill its utility and starts doing the opposite of what it is supposed to do. It worsens people's quality of life. This is why it is bad, and we must distinguish between value and use value. Commodification, yes, it increases the value of water, but at the expense of the water's use value. It only has value in the eyes of the market, but the market doesn't need water. People need water. Stupidity is when your brain tells you that things that normally feed people should instead feed abstract notions that have no need for such things. Like it's for the market. And it doesn't matter if it's, intentional or not. At one point, after all warnings from activists, scholars, and scientists, if you still hold on to capitalism, then you are doing it on purpose. You either know that this is causing all of these drops in quantity and quality, and so you don't care or act like you don't know, or pretend that somewhere along the line you'll find solutions for you to keep making your profits without these negative consequences, which is the Lulu, or you are really unaware, which at this point has to be willful ignorance, like you chose not to know. You're on purpose trying to avoid anything that can confirm your doubts that what you do is unethical and is leading us all to certain death. So anyways, in the end, commodifying water supplies, the division of the commons of water, as Saito puts it, results in every single fear hardened hat. It results in the disruption of water's universal accessibility, sustainability, and safety. This is the ultimate result of transforming the formerly free and abundant source of water into a scarce, costly commodity. It thus seems more accurate to speak not of the tragedy of the commons, but the tragedy of the commodity. And so this is where Saito mentions the book from which the tragedy of the commodity is taken, the book by Clark, Clausen, and Longo in footnote 124. Now, that book's subtitle is Oceans, Fisheries, and Aquaculture, and it's about the crises that face the word ocean, mostly related to the fishing industry. We already talked about this when we talked about the salmon hatcheries in the episode on green Keynesianism. They have a chapter on that as well, and a chapter on tuna too. But their main point is that the crises that the oceans, the seas, rivers, lakes face are due to modern systems of fish production. These systems are organized around producing global commodities that offer the best opportunity for economic growth, supplying in large part the global north with particularly desirable species such as salmon, but also tuna. However, these systems and practices have the potential to undermine ecosystems and the communities tied to them. For example, in the case of tuna, they mention the Egadi Islands in the Mediterranean Sea. So the largest of these islands, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, Favignana, so it's a few kilometers off the northwest coast of Sicily. It was one of the most productive tuna fishing centers in the Mediterranean Sea for thousands of years, even earning the nickname La Regina, or the Queen of the Mediterranean tuna fishery. But today, the bluefin tuna is simply history. The bluefin tuna fishing is it's history. It doesn't exist anymore. Both the fishing communities and the tunas have disappeared. So what happened? Why are these fishing communities, which have flourished for thousands of years, now in rapid decline, along with the majestic species on which they relied? Well, Harding would say that it's just another case of the tragedy of the commons. The fishermen have exhausted the sea of its fish because of unlimited access to the sea as a commons. This will inevitably result in people plundering the sea until they are exhausted, while thinking only of their own benefits. But serious scholars like Clark, Clausen, and Longo would suggest otherwise. It doesn't make sense that the decline happened overnight when the fishing communities were sustainable for thousands of years. So another famous scholar who took interest in the commons, who also mentioned in note 124, is Elinor Ostrom in her book Governing the Commons: The Evolution of Institutions for Collective Action. Now, Ostrom is an economist who received the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2009. I said that Ostrom, in the very first episode of the first chapter, was like an exception because for an economist to win the Nobel Prize in economics for challenging, private property, that's 1 in a million. Plus, she was the first woman to win the prize. So Ostrom became famous for her work on the commons, also debunking Hardin's claim that the only way to avoid the tragedy of the commons is by privatization. By the way, there's also the belief that the state can be an alternative to, and this is called the Leviathan way. You have a strict state that controls over the commons so that no one abuses them. And it is also debunked in Ostrom's book, and so this kind of looks like, climate Maoism. And we've already explored through citizens' assemblies and the notion of citizens, and we will explore through citizens' assemblies and also the notion of citizenization, that, turning the commons into state property doesn't guarantee its protection. And so quite often the state treats the commons like its own private property. But we will come back to that. So Ostrom presents a third way based on her research on communities whose life and economic practices depend on direct natural resources. She studied communities in Torbel in Switzerland and villages of Hirano, Nigakai, and Yamanok. I think that's these three are in Japan, and they are communal management of high mountain meadows and forests. Also, there is she also studied the Huerta irrigation system of Spain in communities of Valencia, Alicante, Murcia, and Orihuela. Also, some communities, the Zanjera irrigation communities in the Philippines. I think that's how it is pronounced. I'm not sure of the pronunciation, but she also studied the forests of Nepal and the fisheries of Indonesia. So all of these communities, Ostrom found, have their own unique rules to use their resources, like who has access and usage rights, how much can be used, how to monitor that usage, how to resolve conflicts when conflict breaks, and when rules are broken, etc. In other words, these communities have developed their institutions without state intervention or the help of firms to solve the common pool resource problem. In short, Ostrom found with empirical evidence that self-governance is a reality, that people can manage resources without the help and the supervision of an external agent to the community. So it was precisely the commodity system with its, unsustainable practices that caused this decline, hence the term tragedy of the commodity. So at this point, people who try to save capitalism run back to the classic tale of this is neoliberalism, not capitalism. But we've already pointed that this process of primitive accumulation by which the commons are divided is the condition of capitalism. So it cannot have risen with neoliberalism. Plus, we've seen many times that those who expose neoliberalism as just phony capitalism and wish to go back to the 70s style capitalism are just, delusional and don't seem to understand how capitalism works. But there are also mistakes made by Marxists as well, and Saito gives British Marxist geographer David Harvey as an example. So we've seen that Marx identifies the origins of capitalism in primitive accumulation. But Harvey is going to argue that primitive accumulation is not the origins of capitalism, as if it's something that happened, and now that capitalism is here, that process fell of the course of history. Rather, he argues that the mechanisms of primitive accumulation are very much in place and are perhaps the essential features of neoliberalism. So Marx is wrong to make primitive accumulation the original stage of capitalism, and Harvey even sees this as a disadvantage of Marx's theory. He also draws from Rosa Luxemburg's dual aspect of capitalist accumulation, because she says that on the one hand, you have the commodity market and the place where surplus value, is produced, the factory, the mine, the agricultural estate. And on the other, you have the accumulation of capital, which is about the relation between capitalism and the non-capitalist mode of production on the international stage, which is primitive accumulation, but on a global scale, colonial policy and international loan system and war. So these rely on an open display of force, of fraud, of oppression, looting without any attempt at concealment, and this is precisely what primitive accumulation was. Before capitalism was even possible, primitive accumulation had to be violent. You have to take by force, by predation, by fraud and violence. And so the problem is that in Marx's theory, like in Luxembourg, this primitive accumulation based upon predation, fraud and violence was relegated to an original stage that is considered no longer relevant or as being somehow outside of the capitalist system. Like primitive or original accumulation has already occurred, and now accumulation proceeds differently. As reproduction through the exploitation of labor in production under certain assumptions, like freely functioning competitive markets with institutional arrangement of private property, freedom of contract and appropriate structures of law and of governance, the integrity of money as a store of value and as a medium of circulation, etc. So these assumptions, Harvey says, exclude primitive accumulation processes, as if they happened outside of capitalism, as in they are just what makes they are just what makes capitalism possible, and that's it. Their role stops there. And so this is what Harvey takes as a disadvantage in Marx's theory. And why is that? Well, because for Harvey, primitive accumulation is a wrong way to describe accumulation, and therefore he prefers the term accumulation by dispossession, meaning that accumulate something because I dispossess someone else of it. Accumulation by dispossession operates too by fraud, violence, predation, etc. And what Harvey tries to say is that capitalism still operates in this way. And therefore, accumulation by dispossession cannot be just an origin to capitalism, but it is capitalism. This is not, dispossession in the sense that capitalists already do that as they, extract wealth from the workers' labor. The capitalist class extracts wealth from the labor class. The labor class works, produces wealth, and the capitalist class comes in and dispossesses the labor class of the wealth that it produces and keeps it to itself. So this is not what is meant by accumulation by dispossession. What we just described is just accumulation in the commodity market and the place where surplus value is produced. That is the first aspect. Accumulation by dispossession is more direct and doesn't need to go through production to take place. And Harvey seems to argue that although this accumulation isn't within the process of production, it is omnipresent in all historical periods, but it picks up strongly when crises of over-accumulation occur in expanded reproduction. Neoliberalism for Harvey is a period in which accumulation by dispossession picks up strongly because of 2 centuries of overaccumulation. And that overaccumulation has led to a crisis, meaning that in the 70s, production stagnated. It cannot accumulate more by production, so it relies on dispossession. Harvey argues that the capitalist class needs the nation state to do that. It uses the nation state to be able to extract that wealth, meaning that accumulation by dispossession is more the essence of neoliberalism, because it has all of the features that Marx mentions for primitive accumulation. The credit system and finance capital have been major levers of predation, of fraud and thievery. Stock promotion, Ponzi schemes, inflation, crippling debt, corporate fraud, the raiding of pension funds, and their decimation by stock and corporate collapses, all of these, Harvey writes, are central features of what contemporary capitalism, neoliberalism, is about. Same thing with the escalating depletion of the global environment, the global environmental commons, land, air, water, habitat degradations as a result of the commodification of nature in all of its forms, the commodification of cultural forms, histories, and intellectual creativity entails wholesale dispositions. So the privatization of public good isn't a matter of production, but rather direct and violent assaults of disposition. He gives the example of the music industry's tendency to appropriate and exploit grassroots culture and creativity, and thus emptying it of its collective power. The corporatization and privatization of hitherto public assets like universities or healthcare systems, and of water and other public utilities, constitutes, in Harvey's words, a new wave of enclosing the commons. So that's Harvey's point. Neoliberalism acts exactly like Marx described primitive accumulation, and therefore that accumulation cannot be primitive or outside the capitalist system since it is happening in neoliberalism, which is capitalism. And therefore Marx is wrong to confine accumulation to that original stage of capitalism. But Harvey's reading is mistaken, because his critique of Marx here is actually misleading. Harvey seems to think that for Marx, primitive accumulation is merely a prehistory of capitalism, and so restricts it to just that original stage of capitalism. But this is where we see that Harvey misunderstood Marx, and even misunderstood primitive accumulation. Marx never argued that primitive accumulation was merely a prehistory of capitalism, but viewed it as the essence of capitalism all along, through all the stages of capitalism. Like, capitalism kept the same essence ever since it appeared in human history, which means that it's Harvey that is that restricted primitive accumulation to just one period of capitalism, that of neoliberalism. So he accused Marx of restricting primitive accumulation to just capitalism's prehistory, which, as a matter of fact, he didn't. But in fact, it is Harvey who limits primitive accumulation to just one period. But his mistake wasn't that far off, since he includes the enclosure of the commons. Still, if he took the problem to a more fundamental level, he'd say that accumulation by disposition was disposition of the commons. Once you insist that the disposition occurs at the level of the commons, then everything that follows makes sense. Losing the commons is a continuation process, and it is that process that makes both aspects of capitalist accumulation mentioned by Rosenberg. Hence, there is not one aspect of capitalism that lies outside of capitalism. A more accurate interpretation of Marx's primitive accumulation is a disposition of the commons, or more precisely, a division of the commons that results in the artificial creation of scarcity. This is, what primitive accumulation is really. And as Saito says, the development of capitalism is the extension, continuation, and expansion of this fundamental process of primitive accumulation. So capitalism then is the continued process of dividing the commons and creating scarcity. The more there is, the bigger the profit. So neoliberalism is just another continuation of this process. It's likely that liberalism will come to an end in the following decades, but whether it persists or not, what matters is primitive accumulation. This is a process that will continue for as long as capitalism exists. So primitive accumulation indeed doesn't start with a prehistory of capitalism. Doesn't stop at a prehistory of capitalism, or is just characteristic of a certain stage, but it is capitalism's very essence. Since this accumulation creates and expands scarcity as it keeps dividing the commons, and this is how profit is generated, then this accumulation is the essence of capital. It keeps creating more and more scarcity, and as it does, it increases value at the expense of use value. The more use value is sacrificed, the stronger the popularization of the masses, which leads to an extreme polarity between the completely destitute 99% on the one hand, fighting each other for survival, and the wealthy 1% ripping off the wealth left. So it's an infinite continuation of immersion and impoverishment until you get one of those apocalyptic scenarios where a small elite lives a luxurious life away from a desolate and ruined planet where the masses have to fight each other for survival. And so this is the logical continuation of capitalism. So let's sum up the argument so far. We first start with the commons. They are the initial use value for the average person. It's a use value that lies around for people to use to satisfy their needs, either directly by breathing, drinking, and eating, or indirectly by using the commons to make things, to make tools, shelter, art, to satisfy further needs, etc. Hence, the commons, as the initial use value from which all other use value derive. A hammer has use value, but it comes from the use value of wood and metal abundantly present in the commons. Then the commons are indispensable for a good and fulfilling life. They provide all the necessities, all the necessary conditions for people to enjoy that safe space for humanity, where they can thrive, make bonds, engage in meaningful activities, etc. So due to their importance for not just survival, but even for our chances to lead good lives, because they are useful and necessary to everyone, they must be everyone's shared property. What's useful and necessary should then be held in common, thus the name the commons. A communal society means a society that wants to guarantee access to what is useful and necessary to all its members, with, and it will ban monopolization of the commons. Someone can have a monopoly over something that doesn't fit in the category of commons, of being useful and necessary. What's useful and necessary should be managed communally to guarantee everyone can have access to it. So it's managed as a form of public wealth. To ban monopolization of the commons means that the commons must always be uncommodified. No value can be assigned to the commons in the capitalist sense of value. And as such, the commons remain abundant and freely available to the people. That's how you counter commodification. It's by making sure that no one finds themselves dealing with scarcity about, something useful and necessary. In other words, use value must dominate, and it dominates by being abundant, by being free to everyone. This capitalism naturally finds intolerable and will look for some ways to make these commons artificially scarce. It may take hundreds of or thousands of years before it makes a common scarce, even though scarce enough that it can, commodify it, but capitalism is very persistent. Eventually, the way was found during the enclosure movement, when the land was made scarce by dividing it through enclosure and fences. Once a class becomes powerful enough to chase away the peasants communally managing the land and claims it as their private property, the market can assign to the commons a value, and hence the process starts. Now someone got their hands on the commons, the land, and since it's useful and necessary to everyone, people cannot live without land. They find themselves at the mercy of the landowner, having no way other than, complying with his biddings. Now a landowner is able to make money through rent. The peasant, in order to have access to his means of subsistence that until now were free and he could access them at any point, he now has to work not only to satisfy his needs, but also to pay for that rent. Often they cannot do both and are mostly forced to work for the latter just to pay rent. The more a peasant works on a land to pay rent and less to satisfy his needs, the higher the value of that land, while the use value of that land starts to fade in the background. It doesn't disappear, and it remains unchanged at this early stage of primitive accumulation. It doesn't really change too much during and after the process. Land and water keep their use value, but something does change, and that is scarcity. The commons change, as in they become scarce as the portion of them that can satisfy our needs is shrinking. Here we are not yet at the level of there is physically less land than can house everyone, or less water than what's necessary to sustain everyone. It's just that more and more of the commons are being converted into private property. More and more monopolies are being created to serve value as such. So we can say that it's the management of that same, amount of land and water that is changing. Okay, it's the management that is just changing. Instead of using water and land to satisfy needs, land is more used to pay rent, and water is more used to irrigate avocado farms, for example. This is what happens when the commons are converted into private property. Although we still have the same quantity of these goods, we can still have needs that those commons, even under private property, technically can still satisfy. By becoming private property, they no longer serve those purposes. So even though we still have enough land to house everyone, people are living under a scarcity of land or housing because most of those lands and apartments are used for the purpose of increasing value. So land and housing become then scarce, even if physically they are abundant. And the scarcer a resource becomes, the more its commodity value rises. And this process keeps unfolding. It is clear that poverty rises. The average person loses further access to the necessities of life as they're rendered, more difficult to attain. As Saito says, value as measured by money may rise, but people's lives become meager and poor. The average person's quality of life is intentionally sacrificed in the name of providing up value, driving up value. All right, so up to this point, we're just having an impoverishment due to a tighter and smaller access to the necessities of life. But technically, they are still there. Their use value hasn't changed much. It's just overshadowed by value. But capitalism doesn't stop there. It doesn't just make the commons scarce through a simple growing conversion of communal property into private property. It actually destroys the commons as well. It's not just that it puts fences all over the commons. No, it actually destroys them, making them also physically scarce. And this destruction of the use value of the commons is celebrated by capitalism. It's seen as business opportunities. When companies throw their waste into the natural world, spreading toxic chemicals in water supplies and resources, when they destroy landscapes through deforestation or by extracting resources buried deep under the surface like oil or cobalt, these are business opportunities. Capitalism doesn't see climate change as something to combat. On the contrary, the irregularities in the planet's behavior, the hurricanes, the wildfires, and all extreme weather conditions become more frequent, and that is a business opportunity for them since they make the commons even scarcer. Waste and destruction make our access to potable water and cultivable land smaller because, well, it destroys cultivable land. It pollutes water. So extreme weather conditions and disasters triggered by climate change make countless zones uninhabitable and dangerous, and thus reducing even further the shape of the space of independence and autonomy we enjoyed from the commons. So the worse the climate crisis gets, the more dependent people become on capitalism. We end up fighting one another to secure access to what is left of the commons until there are no commons left. What remains is, divided commons in the form of private property. Thus, everyone competes to be granted access to those properties from the owners. And this demand this demand makes the value of those property go up, meaning more money for the owners. And as competition becomes more ruthless, the number of those properties, also diminishes, leading to that polarization we mentioned. We end up accepting capitalism's terms and even play into its game, thinking that it has become our only chance at securing a decent life. But that's just trapping ourselves in a vicious cycle, because the more we play by capitalism's rules, the scarcer the resources get. More waste and destruction lead to more scarcity, which leads to more competition, which leads to more waste and scarcity, leading to further scarcity, etc. And the further we keep this up, the faster the process gets. Climate change, as a result of this process, also accelerates it, as it too becomes a contribution of scarcity. It thus becomes the the greatest ally of capitalism and its biggest business opportunity, since capitalism has rewired the planet's metabolism to act for its interests. Like, climate change becomes the planet's new way of functioning, and it just creates more business opportunity for capitalism since it makes resources scarcer. So climate change renders water, farmland, and habitation scarce. And so the capitalist class only has to bend over to reap off the huge profits. Like we said, with scarcity of what is useful and necessary, demand will rise along with scarcity. At one point, this demand will surpass the still available supply. When that happens, capitalists can simply sell it to the highest bidder, hence enjoying huge profits. So the destruction of use value then is illustrated in climate change. Global warming is the destruction of use value for the increase of value. Remember, a few episodes ago we mentioned the shock doctrine, like how capitalism uses the state of shock and panic to smuggle more of its measures and policies. You know, how can you hand over schools and education to private companies? Well, just wait until a hurricane hits and already economically vulnerable towns, and then claim, you know, that the public schools and housing system is broken. And that's why they couldn't withstand the hurricane. So better turn them into charter schools and privatized housing because they are more efficient and innovative. So how can you privatize state companies and justify invading another country for the sake of business? Take advantage of a growing fear of terrorism. This is the shock doctrine. And of course, crises like climate change only make it easier for the shock doctrine to take place. So the more frequent disasters occur, the easier it is for capitalism to smuggle its neoliberal measures or to further privatize commons. And so this means that the more lives are sacrificed, the easier it is for capitalism to establish its dominance. So it is completely irrational for capitalism to be the cause of disasters. The more lives it sacrifices on the altar of value, the bigger the value and the bigger the profit. So, maintaining people in a constant state of shock is perfect for it, because it can justify further division of the commons until there's nothing left. From a profit-seeking point of view, sacrificing people's lives and livelihoods is an extremely rational way to maintain scarcity. One has only to recall the classic disaster capitalism practiced by the super-rich of the United States, whose coronavirus shock doctrine resulted in them increasing their riches by $565 billion during the first 3 months of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that 565 billion comes from an article from CNN Business by Matt Egan about how, billionaires saw their fortunes skyrocket during the pandemic while employment was reaching 20% during the crisis. So, to have some estimates, the US in just 1 month lost 8 million jobs. By May 2020, that's 28.5 million jobs lost. 3 times the number of jobs lost during the Great Recession. And 43 million Americans were filing for unemployment. Meanwhile, between March 18th and June 2020, so during the pandemic, Jeff Bezos made 36 billion. The net worth of Mark Zuckerberg climbed to 30.1 billion, and Musk and Google founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page and former Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer have all climbed by 13 billion each. So how can we explain these spikes? Well, the COVID pandemic is a perfect example of how primitive accumulation breeds more accumulation. How a shock doctrine breeds more shock and panic. So we can see this in 3 ways. First, the pandemic didn't come out of the blue. its causes were, the poor health system after long-lasting neoliberal reforms. If it were, able to explode and spread so easily throughout the world, it's because the healthcare system was weakened after a decade of barrage of attacks from neoliberals trying to reduce even further public wealth. The result was a health system, global health systems all over the world that were understaffed, under-equipped, and not prepared to deal with the crisis. It soon got out of hand and took thousands of lives every day. So if we found ourselves in that situation, it was because constant shock doctrines were introduced to smuggle and force more neoliberal policies on us. And then when the pandemic broke, well, it was even further panic and shock, so the perfect opportunity for another shock doctrine. That consisted into gaslighting people into having to accept to give priority not to their protection and lives, but to private companies that needed bail. So instead of using public money for more medical supply and vaccine research, most of it went to bail out industries that saw their margins fall because their services were brought to a halt during the pandemic. These included the airline industry, the cruise industry, and the fossil fuel industry. Their activities were heavily restricted because during quarantine, no one could fly, cruise, or drive. So these industries took a blow. But what did governments do? They use their public funds to give it to these industries so that they don't go bankrupt, so that they don't lose profits. Yes, during the pandemic, which by the way was also a consequence of climate change, governments decided to bail out the most polluting industries out there. So not only the COVID pandemic was in fact a result of dividing the commons, the way it was handled was an opportunity to further divide the commons. It's an opportunity to nail another nail in the coffins of the commons, rendering us more powerless to resist capital. Secondly, you have the industries that thrive on the pandemic. Big tech companies like Facebook, Google, and Amazon seized the opportunity the pandemic laid at their feet to create new frontiers of capital accumulation. What Saito means by new frontiers of capital accumulation is the Green New Deal, also theorized by Naomi Klein, meaning that big tech companies took advantage of the deregulation of digital technologies and data use during the state of panic and shock to push for more control over information. Klein wrote an article for the Intercept called the Green New Deal to expose how big tech companies use the lockdown and the crisis to push for more deregulation of technologies so that they can invade, more all aspects of our life. During the lockdown, we found ourselves even more reliant on technologies and online platforms like Zoom, Google Meet, Facebook, and Amazon to attend meetings and get, products delivered to us through Amazon drones. So the pandemic served also these companies to continue their attacks on our private lives to collect data. COVID-19 pandemic was used as a justification to normalize and accelerate practices that threaten privacy, since now normal life has to continue within our homes. And as she says, our homes will no longer be exclusively our personal dwellings, but also through high-speed digital connectivity, there'll also be our schools, our medical offices, our gyms, and if the state so decides, our prisons. In other words, the divide between private and public life gets completely blurred, and now you end up having your home routine exposed to also digital data. We're already struggling with abuse of our personal data, of our privacy on the internet. So if at home we have to study like at school and work like at the office, the collection of personal data can get worse. We will feel even more exposed to the outside and to practices we've been mostly resisting. Before the pandemic, mass data collection, facial recognition, and cashless commerce were heavily criticized, like privacy violation, risks of discrimination, etc. But with COVID, these same technologies were repackaged as essential tools to save lives. It's all for better security measures, like tracing apps or, to track infected people, contactless payment to avoid virus contamination, digital surveillance to monitor distancing and quarantine. So, according to Klein, the alliance between governments and big tech risks creating a society where every action and relationship is traceable and exploitable. So it is a big threat to democracy and political freedom, and on the other hand, it's also another step towards the powerlessness of individual, of making us completely reliable on technologies that are controlled by, the government and big tech companies. Thirdly, it was an opportunity for the Trump administration and neoliberal conservatives to attack environmental policies, claiming that they are, detrimental to the economy in a time of crisis. So they rolled back more than 100 environmental rules on U.S. territory for an indefinite period. And so this means that they gave even more liberty to private industries and private companies to do as they please without concern for the environment. So they basically asked for further deregulation. And so this in normal times would have been unimaginable, but the periods of shock and panic give them the best opportunities to make us, accept what we would normally never accept. This is not a waste, it's not a state of emergency, and we must do something, and further deregulation is the only, way to save our economy. Okay, this is how they try to justify it. The economy never planned on respecting that regulation in the first place, even in normal periods, because it's an economy that inherently relies on shock. It therefore creates the crisis that it needs to further smuggle more capitalist policies. So it needs the destruction of the environment. It's not, like the climate crisis is a side effect or an unintentional and unfortunate accident. If capitalism was sustainable in the first place, then something would be wrong with it. It wouldn't be able to increase value. So this is the natural course of things in capitalism. It only can justify itself through shock, and so it needs to engineer those moments of shock to further justify more common division. So it was waiting for the opportunity to roll back on it, and it was gradually preparing the ground for it, thus facilitated capital accumulation at a huge cost to the planet, to create, even more scarcity, and so on and so forth. So hence the fundamental irrationality of the capitalist system, to quote Saito, scarcity created through the sacrifice of use value serves to increase personal riches. This is the opposition between use value and value that shows us the irrationality at the heart of capitalism. And there lies the irrationality again of capitalism in its trading of use value, for exchange value. Remember, the notion of value as such means exchange value. The value of commodity gets once it is exchanged on a market. So like we explained, the whole tragedy of capitalism lies in its logic of prioritizing exchange value over use value. From there, all the problems we are facing today emerge, from the degradation of labor and the worker's life to environmental destruction. In note 127, Saito mentions John Bellamy Foster and Brett Clark's 2020 book, The Robbery of Nature. We already explained what that robbery is, but it can also be understood as robbing use value of its utility. Like, not only you don't care about use value, but prioritizing value literally destroys use value. In the passage mentioned by Saito, it's where the authors discuss Marx's relation to Lauderdale's paradox in chapter 6, Capitalism and the Paradox of Wealth. The authors stress again that it is the contradictions between use value and exchange value, wealth and value, that are intrinsic to capitalist production. If you solve this contradiction, by which use value gains the upper hand, capitalist production would end along with the paradox of wealth. For a reminder, the paradox of wealth is that capitalist seeks to increase wealth, but he ends up destroying the very wealth he tries to create by destroying the wealth required to sustain it. So you destroy wealth for more accumulation, like even in the paradox of Lauderdale, between wealth and riches. The fact that by increasing riches you decrease wealth is bad, because riches, exchange value, only emerge from wealth, from use value. So eventually, when you reduce wealth to zero, then you also blow away all riches. So Foster and Clark quote a famous line from Marx, from Marx's critique of Ricardo's rent theory in his 1963 Theories of Surplus Value, where Marx insists that under capitalism, nature, the source of all wealth and riches, was rapaciously mined for the sake of exchange value. He writes, "The earth is a reservoir from whose bowels the use values are to be torn. So when water, air, and land are polluted, there are no riches anymore. You cannot, have value when you have torn the use values from the bowels of nature, or the bowels of the earth." All right, so capitalism turns everything into commodities, and this is where things get fucked up. We've seen how commodities generate scarcity, since for a commodity to have value, it must be scarce, right? But there's another level of scarcity involved here that we didn't think about. Commodities, like we said, require money to be exchanged. Instead of, directly getting water, you need to buy it in its commodified form, in a plastic bottle. We said that this already makes water scarce, since the only reason for it to have a price is that it must exist in scarcity. But you can argue, although the commodity is scarce, it's just scarce in its form. After all, we are still at the stage in which there is physically enough water for everyone, even if the amount of physical water is decreasing by the rising temperatures of the earth. The amount we still have is abundant. It's just confined within, private property and plastic bottles. So you can say that the world is overflowing with commodities. All you need to do is gather enough money to buy it. Obviously, we are still not in the apocalyptic scenario imagined by Hardin, when there's, just not enough water to sustain everyone. Now, even if we accept this premise of the argument, it doesn't work, because it thinks that the medium through which we acquire commodities isn't itself a commodity or acts like a commodity. It thinks that money is abundant. But that wouldn't work either, right? If you turn everything into a commodity, meaning if you make everything scarce, whether, in the formal or in the real sense of the word, in the physical sense of the word, but you leave the medium to get it abundant and free, well, what's the point? If people can just have money just like that, if for every commodity's price people can just plug the money from air or from trees, like imagine if money was laying around abundantly and everyone can have free access to it, or they can just, print it at home, you won't be able to make the slightest profit. That's why economies are always scared about the idea of injecting money into the market, and it must be controlled to avoid any excess. Otherwise, it's an uncontrollable inflation that you are looking at. So money too has to be commodified. It must be scarce. In other words, not only the commodities that we rely on are scarce, the medium to get them is scarce too. This means that from the start, the game is rigged. The game is played with rules that makes it impossible for everyone to get their commodities, because there isn't enough money for everyone. That's why when we are deprived of the commons and thrown into the world of commodities, the first scarcity that we encounter isn't a scarcity of land or water, but a scarcity of money as well. When the enclosure divides and deprives you of the commons are still there. That abundance is still within reach. But it's the means to get them that you don't find enough of. It's money that you realize you lack and is nowhere to be found. Capitalism, even if it produces an abundance of commodities, it limits the means to access those commodities to extreme scarcity. Like Saito says, but without money, we cannot buy them. Money will allow us to buy anything, but the methods of attaining money are very restricted, leading to impoverishment. Therefore, we must chase money as hard as we can just to survive. So the fact that money is scarce too explains why we are forced to work to have it. And by work here, I mean something different than just doing an activity with need satisfaction as a goal. I am talking about work in a coerced form, not to satisfy your need, but to make money. Like I said, if money was just lying around, or we can, get it for free without working, there would be no point to it, and the whole commodity system would collapse. But since it is scarce, and it follows the logic of commodity, meaning that its value also varies, if its value goes up, meaning if people demand more money because the value of commodities also go up, then people are willing to make more sacrifices to get it. This is how you get, long working days. The amount of labor required for the satisfaction of a need by directly managing the commons is always smaller than the amount of labor required to make enough money to buy commodities. In the commons, you would actually work less to satisfy your needs, physical, emotional, intellectual, or artistic needs, than when you try to satisfy them through a commodity. When you work to get money, you work more than when you work directly on the commons for the same end, need satisfaction. So, that's only logical. Since to make profits, more money must go to the capitalist's pocket, then you have to increase the value of the commodity. But if the value of the commodity goes up, its price will also go up, which means that you will now need more money for the same commodity as a few years ago, to satisfy the same need you had since day one. So money gets scarcer now. So you are forced to work longer hours to generate more of it, more money to buy the commodity. And by the way, money was always scarce from the start. From the early days of primitive accumulation, there has to be less money than what it can buy. If the amount of money already in circulation back then corresponds exactly to the value of the commodity, then working days would have been way shorter than what they were in Marx's time. They wouldn't have to be 12 to 14 hours, sometimes even longer, up to 16 and 18 hours, until legislation and workers' resistance brought it down to closer to 10 hours. So it was just absolutely impossible for a commodities price to cover both the profit that it is supposed to make and the full hours of labor by workers. Thus, workers have to work extremely long hours just to hope that their wages will be able to buy them the commodified necessities of life. So yes, you work more, way more, when you try to get money to buy a commodity to satisfy your needs mostly artificial that you didn't have prior to the commodification process, so you work even more than if you worked on the commons. Even today, if you think that you don't work as much as a factory worker in the 19th century London, remember that you still have to work more than you need to in order to satisfy your needs. And the conditions of work in the working class have simply been relocated in the third world anyways. So it is always a necessity to make money scarce, to force people into competition and, accepting to comply with inhumane working conditions and long hours. They need to fear that their only chance to have access to the necessities of life are inherently conditioned on whether they have the money to afford them. So this is basically blackmail and slavery In the commons, people didn't spend their entire day working because work was simply restricted to satisfy a need, not to generate value. If you work to generate value, then there is no limit to work anymore. Capitalists in Marx's day made people work constantly, like non-stop, and only let them rest when their bodies reach their limits, despite having already produced more than necessary to satisfy their needs. So, it was through the power of the state and strict regulations that capitalists had to limit their exploitation to just 10 hours and then 8 hours a day, which was something that Marx advocated for. But those limited hours were already concessions to capital, because they robbed the worker of his disposal time. Marx has this elegant way of putting it in the chapter on the working day, where he compares capital, dead labor, he calls it, to a vampire sucking the life out of living labor, that of the worker. He says that if the worker consumes his disposable time for himself, he robs the capitalist. So those regulations on the working day still prevent the worker to consume fully his disposable time for himself. Most of them are still consumed by the capitalist for generating profit and surplus. So Saito says this as he compares the two modes of labor. When labor was done in the commons versus when labor is done today. He says, "We once worked for a few hours a day, and then, once our needs were met, spent the rest of the day at leisure. We napped, played, talked to each other. These days, though, we are forced to work long hours at the behest of another just to receive a little money. Time has become money, which means time has become scarce. We cannot afford to waste even a minute of it, not even a second." So here Saito is comparing pre-industrial societies with industrial societies. At note 128, he mentions anthropologist Marshall Chalins, who wrote a very influential book about social organization of ancient societies back in the Stone Age. He even wrote a book in 1972, which kind of became a classic, called Stone Age Economics, which is more accurately a collection of essays, and in it he introduced the notion of original affluent society, and we'll explain that in a minute. But a good place to start is with a joke that Chalin told David Graeber, and Graeber mentioned it in his classical book Debt, the first 5,000 years. Now the joke is at the end of the afterword of the 2014 edition of Debt. So if you buy the book, make sure that it's the updated version, an expanded version. Don't buy the 2011 edition, because you won't find the joke there. And so yeah. So Chalin was Graeber's graduate school advisor. So they each know each other very well, and Graeber even wrote the preface to the 2017 edition of Stone Age Economics. So anyways, the joke is this. Maybe you've heard it before, or you heard a version of it. So it's about a missionary who finds a Samoan man lying on the beach. So Samoa is a small island. It's a small island country in the South Pacific Ocean, part of Polynesia, about halfway between Hawaii and New Zealand. So the missionary goes to the man and he tells him that he's wasting his life away, lying around like that, and should instead gather the plenty of coconuts on the island and dry some copra and sell it. And so Samoa is known for being very rich with coconuts. So the Samoan man asks why he should do that, and the missionary says, well, because you can make a lot of money. And again, the Samoan asks why. Well, the missionary responds, well, because with the money that you make, you can get a drying machine and dry copra faster and make even more money. And so again, why? Well, because you'd be rich. You could buy land, plant more trees, and expand. And so the missionary even says that if he gets rich enough, then he wouldn't even have to do the physical work himself, but can hire a bunch of other people to do it for him. So slaves. He means you can get slaves. So the Samoan asks again, why? And the missionary says, well, eventually with all that copra, with all that, land, machines, employees, and with all of that money, you can just retire a very rich man and just lie on the beach all day. But the joke is, well, that's what the Samoan is already doing, lying on the beach all day. So that's the joke. It shows how from a state where everyone can lie on the beach, though not all day, but that's the point. The Samoans, the Samoan man wasn't lying all day on the beach. You can say that he spends most of the day lying on the beach, but for those other few hours, he spends them working, gathering coconuts, but simply for his needs. Once they are met, he goes on to lie on the beach. So what the missionary is instead offering is a life where he never has to work, but not only that requires the overuse of the coconuts, like you exhaust the resource, your freedom to lie all day is also conditioned on the unfreedom of countless others. You have to turn so many people into slaves and plunder your coconut resource to spend all day sleeping on the sand. When prior to this, you spent most of your time doing that and equally with everyone else on the land and just, had a few hours of working to satisfy your needs and to collectively satisfy needs. So this is the affluent society that Stalin argues was the dominant mode of living in the Stone Ages before the introduction of debt. And just to explain to you how important his work was, he basically made anthropology revise its assumptions about humanity. The fact that in the Stone Ages we had an affluent economy, not at all based on commodity exchange or based in markets, that's a huge blow to mainstream anthropology, who constantly views humans as Homo economicus. The mainstream view asserts that markets simply expose the workings of a universal form of rational calculation that all humans partake in. Already this was challenged by someone before Stalin's, Polanyi, but we don't need to get into that. Just that Polanyi wasn't taken seriously by the establishment, who continued to assert dogmatically humans everywhere are always confronted with scarce resources, and so they have to decide on the most efficient way to deploy those resources. But Stalin revived much interest in Polanyi with his notion of affluence, arguing that ancient societies as old as the Stone Age weren't living in scarcity like most anthropologists assume. Our error is that we think that human beings, like everywhere, have the same needs. But as Graeber in his preface to Stalin books says, scarcity exists only in relation to felt need. If you don't have a certain need, then scarcity of resources to meet that need isn't scarcity. An example he gives is that it is hard to find a snowplow in Brazil, but you cannot really speak of a scarcity there, right? Since no one needs to plow snow in Brazil, thus it is important to understand, what is meant by affluence. So modern capitalist societies are affluent by increasing production to meet infinite wants, whereas hunter-gatherers are affluent by limiting wants to what is easily available in their environment, and they always manage to do so. When it comes to their wants, they always have a kind of material plenty. This meant that these people do not work hard, not out of laziness, but simply because they don't need it. Foragers often work far fewer hours than agriculturists or industrial workers, sometimes only 3 to 5 hours a day to secure food. And contrary to modern work, they do not work continuously. The quest for subsistence stops for the time being when the people had procured enough for the time being, which left them plenty of time to spare. And so this is a quote from Stalin's first essay of the book, The Original Affluent Society. So they enjoyed a lot of leisure time with fewer work hours. Foragers had, more time for social, cultural, and ritual life. But Stalin even mentions their diets as varied and often healthier than that of earlier farmers. Plus, they exhibit more egalitarian behavior. Instead of accumulating surpluses, goods were shared within the group, reducing inequality and pressure to hoard. Read Stalin's essay of the affluent society, and we still have communities living this way. Stalin draws from the Kungsan, I think that's how it is pronounced. These are Australian Aborigines, but also the San people or the Bushmen in southern Africa. And Saito also mentions a more recent book on the affluent society of the Bushmen by James Sussman. It's in 2017, Affluence Without Abundance, The Disappearing World of the Bushmen. So it's a book that I also highly recommend because it also traces the history of the debate over the affluent lifestyle of hunter-gatherers, because as you may expect, there was a big temptation to overstate, even romanticize hunter-gatherer societies. I made a criticism of this tendency in my video on Murray Bookchin 2 years ago, but anyways, by the 1980s, the affluent society of hunter-gatherers was accepted and established, although we need to be very careful when we study it. Anyways, Sussman makes a distinction between affluence and abundance, arguing that they are not the same thing. Abundance is just having a quantity of stuff, like a lot, a huge quantity of stuff. Whereas affluence is more need-oriented. But for our purposes here, let's just use abundance and affluence interchangeably. But by giving abundance, the definition Sussman gives to affluence as primitive affluence, which is an affluence with its own standards, need-oriented. So, even he uses them both interchangeably at times, but yeah. So basically, hunter-gatherers live not in poverty, but in a kind of sufficiency. They worked little, they met their needs, they enjoyed leisure, and avoided the endless scarcity-driven treadmill of modern capitalism. In short, the Bushmen and the hunter-gatherer societies had plenty of time. By contrast, in our modern day, time has become money, as Saito says. And so this is what Marx meant in The Working Day, that time, consumed by us, for us, is robbing the capitalist. Time that we do not spend working is time wasted, time that could have been spent increasing value, like the missionary ordered the Samoan. So the idea of free time also becomes a threat to capital. Time, too, is a commons when you think about it. It's a resource that we can use to satisfy our needs, to cultivate ourselves, to spend it with friends, bonding, learning, playing, quality time. Capitalist assigns a value to time too. Time becomes money, meaning that time too must be scarce. And as such, people find themselves having to work long hours, sacrificing more time because they value time. Hence the irrationality of capitalism again. The more you valorize something, the less of it you have. So the idea of leisure and free time, the idea of abundance in any forms of commons, whether it's land, water, or time, doesn't apply overuse like Harding thought, but on the contrary, knowing that you have an abundance of something makes you more careful with it. As in, you don't feel the need to overdo or overuse it. It is, rather people who feel like they are in a rush, those who feel that they don't have enough time, who wants to overuse everything, who want to experience absolutely everything the world has to offer until they exhaust it before passing to the next thing. But the irony is that in this quest to experience everything, because we've realized that time is scarce, all we do is just destroy everything without even experiencing anything. No one gets to experience what a thing has to offer when we are so eager to exhaust its possibilities. So work under capitalism, work for money, does that in many forms. It makes us, realize the scarcity of time because work has taken so much of our time. How many of you feel that you never get the time to do the things that you want to do because of work? And it makes us, realize that scarcity of time, because to experience time fully, well, we need money. So to enjoy walks on a beach or a sunset or, a reading evening, a trip with friends, you name it, you need money. So we have to work more. We have to reduce the time we can spend doing those activities in the hopes of getting to do those activities. Yes, that's a contradiction, and yet people don't seem to be bothered by this. We see again the subsumption of our existence to capital at play here. Everything that can give us a meaningful life, the commons and their use, all become predicated on the necessity of capital to valorize itself. We are, allowed to do anything that we want once we have secured enough money for the system, which, by the way, is never enough. No matter how much your labor generates is never enough, and it can never be enough. Everything that you generate is just further scarcity. The system valorizes itself by increasing scarcity. The more money you generate, the more scarcity you get, which makes it even harder for us to enjoy the things we want to do in the first place. So the game is rigged from the start, and it is filled with contradictions, and the more we play by its rules, the more destitute we become. And so this is basically slavery. The conditions of labor under capitalism are slavery. And just like Marx described in Volume 1, at the end of chapter 31, the genesis of the industrial capitalist, Saito mentions the passage in note 129, where Marx talks about actual slavery, the slave trade, and also child slavery, and how it served as a pedestal for wage labor. By the way, wage labor for Marx is wage slavery. We don't consider it slavery because of the wage that the workers receive. And again, this fetishism of money that serves as a veil for the power dynamics beneath the system's surface. Okay, this is illusory freedom again. Like underneath our free labor, because of course now we work for ourselves, not for the capitalist, because we have entered a contract, an arrangement to sell our labor force. We are in a contract, meaning that we are equal with our employer, and nothing has compelled us into entering. We acted out of our free will, etc. So underneath this free labor was actually a whole historical process of separation between the workers and the conditions of their labor, thereby forcing the worker into slavery. That's how you get slavery, by coercing a worker into laboring for someone else, and that is by taking away his conditions or means for labor. You become the one who makes it possible for the slave to work, since you took the means which, what literally makes, labor possible. Hence, you establish complete dominion over him. But in pre-capitalist hierarchical societies like feudalism, the slave or the serf wasn't fully separated from his means of labor. The ruling class didn't develop, the necessary techniques to complete that separation. That, however, came with capitalism. Capitalism severs completely the worker from their means of production and subsistence by transforming those means into capital. We've already seen in feudalism, the lord could never claim complete dominion over the land, and thus the serf still manages to have, a certain autonomy and power. But once those means were transformed into capital, the separation was complete. You end up with two opposite poles. On the one hand, the means of production and subsistence as capital, and on the other, a mass of wage laborers that the capitalist system has the audacity to call free laborers. So free labor under capitalism is thus just the continuation and completion of that process, and and serves as a veil, a smokescreen to hide this reality. So Marx put it like this: the veiled slavery of the wage laborers in Europe needed the unqualified slavery of the New World as its pedestal. So I focused mainly on serfdom, but in that passage, Marx focuses on the slave trade, arguing two things. That first, that the advent of the wage labor, was only possible because of the unqualified slavery of the cotton industry. Like without the slave plantation and the slave trade, European capitalism could not have expanded so quickly. So the freedom of wage labor in Europe which isn't freedom at all, is historically dependent on the unfreedom of colonial slaves. And secondly, it means that the advent of the wage labor simply transfigured the slavery of the New World, like the slavery of black people in cotton fields in the US, into a new modern form. So wage labor is a veiled or disguised form of slavery because although workers are formally free, as in they don't have, a person that has the legal recognition title of a master, they are compelled to sell their labor power to survive, just like slaves. So the structure of slavery survives and is sublimated under capitalism. You can even say that workers are free in a double sense, free to sell their labor, but also free of any means of production, of land, tools, etc. So they have no choice but to comply with the capitalist whims. If they refuse, they can organize or revolt, but if they do that, they lose their only chance at getting access to their means of subsistence. They lose their way out of the growing scarcity. Workers are like slaves in the sense that they must work and work without breaks, irrespective of their will. Modern workers are infinitely replaceable under capitalism. Once fired workers face starvation and even death if they cannot find new jobs. Marx called this form of precariousness absolute poverty. It's an expression that contains in concentrated form the essence of capitalism as a system that produces perpetual meagerness and scarcity. To translate it into the terms of the argument contained in this book, poverty is caused by absolute scarcity. So note 130 refers to Marx's Grundreich, where he uses that term, absolute poverty, where someone, completely loses all forms of access to the means of production and subsistence, precisely because they are forced into capitalist exchange with the capitalist, having to sell, their labor in exchange for money, to then exchange it to have, commodities to survive. So let's break it down a little bit. The term appears in the third notebook of the Grundreich, in the continuation of the chapter on capital, and has a section on it. So absolute poverty has to be understood in relation to what Marx calls not objectified labor, which can be understood in a negative or positive sense. When the worker enters this exchange with the capitalist, where he exchanges his labor for money, this implies that labor and property are separated, right? Property belongs to the capitalist, while the labor is the only thing the worker still possesses and can still feel that he's relevant in the production process. So before this separation, workers simply work directly on the commons without the need for this mediation, that is money. Once the separation occurs, labor becomes not objectified. Objectified doesn't mean reduced to an object like we usually use them. Rather, it means the objective side of labor. Labor as it is incarnated in the objects that it makes or the objects that it uses to transform, like the means of production. So this is labor separated from all means and objects of labor, from basically its objectivity. This is non-objectified labor in the negative sense. It is labor separated from its objectivity and becomes thus living, just living labor, a subjective labor, a detached form or stripped of all objectivity. It's an abstraction, okay? So this is for Marx labor as absolute poverty. You just have labor, okay? But this labor has nothing to work with or to work on. I mean, it's just a living body that can work, but that's it. So there is no objectivity whatsoever. It is excluded from objective wealth. So Marx also calls it a not value, meaning that it is not a commodity either. Like it is just use value in its brute force, a use value that is without any meditation, that cannot make anything. In this sense, it is purely objective, I know that we're talking about labor as not objectified, and we said that this is subjective labor, but it is subjective labor in relation to the objectivity that it was stripped from. Separated from objectivity, it remains subjective, but because it cannot be united with objectivity, well, it becomes its own objectivity. Okay, it is just one object among others, another use value, no different in the eye of the capitalist from wood, rock, or metal, or any raw material, meaning the body. Its objectivity is its bodily existence. Not objectified labor in the negative sense, as an absolute poverty means. And as absolute poverty means an objectivity that is confined inside the immediate presence of the individual. It is the worker's body. But it also has another meaning, this time positive. In this positive sense, not objectified labor is the subjective existence of labor, this time meaning activity. Okay, labor isn't an object, okay, it's not the living body, but the activity that has the potential of transformation, of transforming objects into commodities. And thus it is the living source of value and the general possibility of wealth. So absolute poverty is both an object, it is the it is the objectivity of the immediate presence of the individual, so the body. Absolute poverty is when the individual is simply reduced to just that bodily existence, so reduced to an animal. An animal, by contrast to a human, doesn't labor, but rather counts on its instincts. Okay, the difference is that a human has this special relationship with the natural world that they mediate with it through labor. And as such, to exist as human beings, they need to labor to access all means and objects of labor. Absolute poverty, then, as an object, is when labor is just cut from those means and objects and becomes constituted to or confined to just the human body. Someone exists in a state of absolute poverty when he has labor as a pure object free from an objectivity that falls outside the body. And secondly, absolute poverty is also labor as the general possibility of wealth. It is subject and subjective, it is subject and activity. So here, wealth means value as such. It means riches. When labor functions, when labor's function becomes just to serve capital self-valorization process. So to go back to Saito and put this in relation to scarcity, absolute poverty is an existence of scarcity. When the worker doesn't have access to the means and objects of his labor, that is scarcity in the negative sense. And when he is just reduced to an activity to create further value, that too is scarcity, but in the positive sense. We have a scarcity in the access to the means and objects of labor, and scarcity in the sense that labor produces further scarcity by increasing value. So this reduction of labor to its non-objectified forms is what makes workers replaceable, like Saito says. They are just labor in general, a resource that the capitalist can use. They are no different from the rest of things that he owns. So they are like cogs or further machines. When they stop working, he can just replace them with another. Even if they quit, there's always someone else desperate enough to take on the job. So in short, absolute poverty, which doesn't mean shortages, Marx insists on this, is the essence of capitalism. It's a system that produces perpetual meagerness and scarcity. A system that produces meagerness and scarcity has absolute poverty as its essence. It only exists by impoverishing the workers and the natural world by increasing scarcity. So that's why Saito says that we can also translate absolute, the term by absolute armut, by absolute scarcity instead of absolute poverty. So absolute scarcity also expresses itself in another way than just the separation between labor and its means and objects. It is also achieved through the power of debt, another form of monetary scarcity. So debt is another form of artificial scarcity that capital uses to complete its domination. Capitalism works through the increase of value, right? So value increases if people need something and that thing is scarce. People can either truly need that thing or think that they really need it. Like we said, capitalism creates artificial needs to force us into buying, some shit that we actually don't need. So it makes us believe we need it and then threatens us with its scarcity. So we fight each other to get our hands on it. But of course, no matter how much we work or are willing to work ourselves to death to buy those commodities, we are always running short. We never get enough money to buy what we need or told what we need. So the inability to consume becomes a liability to capitalism because although it wants to deprive us of everything we possess, if it even deprives us completely of money, capitalism will collapse because no one will be able to buy the commodities and consume them. So it needs something that will guarantee that consumption continues no matter what, and that something is a further way to keep workers completely reliant on capitalism. It's a further step in artificial production, debt. You get loans in order to keep consuming. But now that loan adds another chain to the system, forcing you to work even more to pay it back. Capital employs another form of artificial scarcity to complete its dominion. This is monetary scarcity caused by debt. The process of consumption under capitalism is driven by the unlimited stimulation of want, which leads not to wealth but to taking on loans. Shouldering debt in this way blocks workers into obedience, forcing them to become capitalism's pawns. So Saito gives the exchange of mortgages. It's a type of loan you take out to buy real estate, like a house or apartment or land. So it's basically a home loan. And Saito says that these loans hold great power on us because they are unusually pretty big, requiring at least in many cases 30 years to pay them off. And so these loans lock people into working even harder and for longer time. And as a result, workers end up internalizing the capitalist work ethic to pay back their loans. They not just accept to work longer and longer hours to rack up overtime pay, postpone retirement, and sacrifice family time just to receive raises, but even perceive this as completely normal and legitimate. Even their families, when workers tell them that they work and that's why they never visit, they actually encourage them and are comprehensive. They take it as a necessity for them, for their family members to be, locked in like this. As if work to pay off debt is more important than spending time with your family, right? And so Saito also mentions the cases where couples with dual income, meaning that the two partners have jobs, find it harder today to pay back the loans, forcing them to work 2 jobs each. Like imagine a couple having to work 4 jobs in order to be able to pay off debt or make ends meet, having to work both day and night. So even your diets get affected by this, as in, order to save money, the quality of your food decreases. So people in huge debts eat worse unhealthy food, getting by on fast food or other, cheap, heavily processed foods. They see their life's quality, their health deteriorate when they, deteriorates when they bought the house in order to have a better life quality, to improve their lifestyle. But because of debt, because they end up having what they end up having is living as wage slaves, having to work 2 jobs each, overtime, never complaining about the conditions or the whims of their boss, etc. So they find themselves destroying everything good about their lives, and it's not rare that many develop mental problems like depression and anxiety and existential crisis, asking why they live the way they do, what's the point or purpose of this shit, and indeed, what is the point? Workers are forced into absolute industriousness. They must work constantly to generate money and value. From the point of view of capitalism, this is great. A worker's industriousness is very convenient for the capitalist system. But what is all that industriousness producing? What is its point if it's making, everyone's lives miserable? What are we even wasting that industriousness on? It's not even to produce things needed by those, by those working or society, but those things capitalism makes us believe we need. And of course, this, this make-believe isn't just an error of judgment. Capitalism makes those thoughts true by rearranging our conditions of living in such a way that buying the useless shit becomes the rational thing to do. For example, Saito says that technically, if we had, the time, anyone can learn how to fix, clean, or repair our houses. After all, we bought a house to live in, and that also requires forming a bond with that house, meaning that we have to care for it. If we were able to do it ourselves, we just need some tools and skills whose cost will be much smaller than cheap and easy to get commodities to maintain our lifestyles. But having long hours means that you need things to exist in their ready-to-use format. But those cheap commodities, even though they are cheaper than the tools that you would use to fix your house, the amount you depend on exceeds very easily all costs you would have to bear to care for your home. And that amount required to meet the demands requires constant work. So because you don't have the time, since you are constantly toiling to pay off your debt, you end up relying on those cheap, ready-made, ready-to-use commodities. You don't have the time to cook, you just buy a frozen pizza and heat it up. Your meal just took 15 minutes, now let's go back to work. You and your workers manufacturing those commodities must engage in constant industriousness. You, in order to pay off your debt, the workers to be able to meet the growing demands for such commodities by people who don't have the time to fix their house themselves or cook themselves. So most of that industriousness, the long work hours, the constant availability, etc., all of that is wasted on the overproduction of fundamentally useless things, while the necessary useful things are getting scarcer. Like we said, it takes more human activities to generate value and commodities than to secure our needs and the standards for a great life. We work more than what we have to, and each one of our activities puts an additional burden on the planet. So making people work in order to pay off debt means making them work, making them do more activities than necessary, making them do extra activities that are not needed just to generate money. And those activities are a heavy burden on the planet. They exceed the environment's limits, leading to its destruction. And as the environment gets destroyed, scarcity increases. And as it increases, value also increases. When it increases, so does the price of goods like houses, which means that loans will increase, which means that we have to work even more and harder to generate the money to pay it off, which means more human activity, which means a heavier burden on the environment, etc. So it's a vicious cycle from which there is no escape and is leading us to the flood, unless we break it from the outside. We need an economy that gets rid of value as such and judges the necessity of products and stuff through primarily use value. So to quote Saito, this is how capitalism advances, through the production of artificial scarcity. As long as the opposition between use value and value persists, the economy can grow exponentially and its benefits will never reach all of society. In fact, people's lives will become even less enjoyable and satisfying. This is the reality that most of us already experience every day. So we've seen that the vicious cycle is tied to the relationship between unlimited production and unlimited consumption. Scarcity has the ability to lower our quality of life and leave us unsatisfied, and this is wired into our consumerist lifestyles. Workers, like we said, are driven to ceaseless labor, which already lowers their quality of life and is both a cause and effect of scarcity. And why do we work ceaselessly? Well, that's because the capitalist class have made the means and objects of labor scarce in the first place, and as they keep working, that scarcity only increases. But an exponential increase of scarcity means that demands for consumption increase as well, and the less of a thing is available, the more demand for consuming that thing will be, but that's just for things that are really useful. But the ceaseless work of laborers also creates huge volumes of useless commodities, which can only make profits if they are sold. So now people must be driven to ceaseless consumption as well. They must consume those commodities created by ceaseless labor while the truly useful things get even scarcer. So in the end, we have more useless shit than useful shit. But how can you force people into buying the useless shit? We've already seen that through debt, people lose their free time, which makes them have to consume stuff that is already made and ready for immediate consumption. But there's another way, and that is creating in them a desire out of thin air through branding. You put a brand logo on some useless shit, and suddenly that image or logo induces people to buy stuff they never needed and at a price higher than what that shit, is actually worth. So this is the power of advertisement. It confers a special meaning onto logos and brand images, and suddenly you feel like having to wear that overly priced hat because it has the logo or some rapper's clothing franchise or whatever. So Saito mentions at note 131, Naomi Klein's 1999 book, No Logo, about how companies are now prioritizing brand over product, like major corporations, Nike, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, etc., are increasingly focused on branding and an image rather than the actual quality of their products. And this becomes a more efficient way for companies to establish corporate power in public spaces. Corporations try to dominate culture, schools, and public spaces with their marketing and sponsorships, with billboards and celebrities promoting the brands, etc. So logos and brand identity have become more important than what the company actually makes. You go to Nike's headquarters and what people do there is just advertising, thinking about how to promote the brand. So you ask, why aren't you guys supposed to make shoes? And they go, yes, but we don't do it here in the US. So companies have moved production to countries with cheap labor, often exploiting workers under poor conditions. So here value becomes driven by status. Buying the hat becomes the point. Buying the hat becomes the point. You don't buy the hat to use it, but because of its brand, because you feel like having a higher status than someone who just buys a hat for its use value. You cover your head from the sun, or it can be for aesthetic reasons, but buying a hat because of its cool design is different from buying the hat because of the brand. Your hat can be as ugly as your face because of the low, but buying it. So not braining again. Your hat can be as ugly as your face, but buying it because of the logo gives you some sort of higher status. So branding becomes just a way to discriminate between things that have the same use value in reality. The logic, of capitalism forces us into ruthless competition, meaning that each company must do everything it can to distinguish its product from another's, even though both sell exactly the same product and both have exactly the same use value. So branding then justifies why a hat that is identical to another is more expensive. It's just because it has that one small logo on the side or whatever. So to quote Saito, the result is the creation through branding of an entirely new standard for discriminating between commodities that have identical use value. Common goods become transformed into commodities possessing a unique allure. This is how scarcity is manufactured in a world overflowing with more essentially identical products than anyone could possibly need. From the point of view of scarcity, branding can be seen as its relative form. It enables a type of differentiation that allows one consumer to attain a higher social status than another. So relative scarcity means that you take two products that are completely identical and you create a scarcity by attributing a higher value to one of them simply because you put a logo on one. That logo increases the value, meaning that now people would want the one with the logo even if it serves exactly the same function as the other one. It has the same quality of materials, etc. Thus people would want more of this of the one with the logo because they are made to believe that they need the status that comes with it. And as such, the value of the hat with the logo will go up, meaning that its scarcity will also go up. And so this is creating scarcity when there wasn't any. No. And so this is capitalism. Okay, you create scarcity when there was no scarcity. So Saito uses the example of sport cars and luxury watches. He says, imagine everyone has a Ferrari and wears a Rolex. These products don't have a different use value than a Subaru or a Swatch. So, and the use value of a Rolex and a Swatch are the same from the point of view of their functionality as watches. But they differ in what they differ in is the social status associated with them. If everyone drives a Ferrari, then its value would, be no different from a Subaru's. And so this is a hindrance to value. If it follows use value as its criteria for discrimination, then it won't be able to increase because it would exist in abundance. And therefore, it needs a way to break that abundance and bring in scarcity. The way to do that is within social status. So having access to something that is scarce is, what confers you a higher social status than someone else. And as such, a Ferrari needs to be scarce, whereas a Subaru can be abundant because it's a popular car. It's a car for the lower middle classes. And so relative scarcity then requires status as a symbol. Owning something scarce symbolizes that I am better than you, even though what you own has the same functionality as what I own and brag with. Now, this process of discriminating between things that have, similar use value is endless. The social status conferred by these commodities must always be vulnerable, meaning that it must never stop. Anytime something becomes more accessible, a new scarcity must emerge. You can easily see this phenomenon on Instagram, for example, with all these influencers branding new products, trying to get you to buy that stuff because it pretends that whomever owns it is better than someone who doesn't. But once you buy those nice things, they're superseded quickly by newer models that make what we have seem faded and outdated. The Rolex that you owned, once a new model comes out, you have to buy the newer one, otherwise those able to afford it will make your status fall back to that of a commoner. In other words, consumer dreams can never come true. Even our desires and feelings have been subsumed by capital, twisted into unattainable shapes. We buy things ceaselessly to help realize our ideal versions of ourselves, to attain our dreams and desires, and this drives us to work even harder, only to end up consuming more. There is no natural end to this cycle. Consumerist society compels people into ceaseless consumption by making sure that the dreams promised by owning commodities will never come true. Scarcity felt by the consumer as dissatisfaction is a fundamental engine of capitalism. It guarantees that no one in its grip will ever truly be happy. So there you have it. Satisfaction is bad for capitalism because it means no more consumption. And as such, it must always break the dream of reaching sufficiency. Anything that you buy, thinking that it secured your status, will then be replaced by a newer, scarcer model, and the whole cycle starts again. So everything produced is, of course, a further burden on the planet, and this without mentioning the burden caused by advertisement itself. Like, forget about making the Rolex. Just look at what it took for its branding and commercialization, just for that, goddamn logo. According to Clark and Foster's Robbery of Nature from section Monopoly, Capital and Ecological Waste, from the 10th chapter, the Planetary Emergency 2020-2050, the marketing industry is the third biggest industry in the world after food and energy production, which is just weird because for an industry to be this big, it means that it is using quite a lot of resources, right? Yet its function is just secondary. It cannot be big enough to compete with the words food and energy production. This means that the products that we consume, their price is almost more driven by the marketing than by their function or utility, more by value as such than by use value. And here are some statistics by Clark and Foster mentioned by Saito. The packaging only makes between 20% and 40% of the price of most commodities, while in the case of cosmetics, the price of the packaging can rise as much as 3 times that of the product itself. Like, you buy a cosmetic product, it's like you actually bought the product 3 times because of that shitty package. Not to mention that packaging uses a tremendous amount of plastic that ends up simply being thrown away. In cosmetics, the only thing that changes or causes the variation of prices between the products is just the package. Take all the products inside their packages at a store, they are all the same. The only thing that is different is just the package. If you buy it without the package, its price would be, divided by 2 or 3. So what you are actually buying is the package. The thing that you are going to throw away the moment you take, the product out of it. So think about that. You are buying something like a whole package with the product that you will use inside, and the package costs more than your eyeliner, meaning that you mobilize more resource for the package, and that package is immediately thrown away. Here are other stats not mentioned by Saito, but you will find them in Clark and Foster's book in the same paragraph about packages being 3 times the price of products. So they said that advertising for soap or beer makes 10 to 12% of the retail cost per unit sold. Toy advertisements makes 13% of the retail cost, and hundreds of billions of dollars are spent on marketing services in the United States alone. So this is waste production, and the environmental impact is huge. So they say around 300 million tons of plastic are produced globally each year, and at least 2/3 of this plastic is plastic food wrapping. To give you an estimate of how big that is, these two-thirds, of wrapping. These 2/3, of plastic, plastic food wrapping, you can actually cover the entire United States with them. And so this is to show the destructive impact of an endless consumption has on the environment, since it is not even the consumption of products, but everything annexed to it what drives, that consumption, meaning marketing, packaging, advertising. In other words, advertising plays a significant role in the expansion of personal consumption. Saito mentions an empirical study in note 132 by Robert J. Brule and Lindsay E. Young. It's titled Advertising in the Individual Consumption Levels and the Natural Environment 1900-2000. And so this study argues that the increase of consumption has a huge negative impact on the environment, and so the study sets out to find what causes these consumption increases. And they postulate three hypotheses. First, increased spending on advertising will increase individual consumption levels. Second, advertising will have a greater impact on purchases of luxury goods versus basic necessities. And three, television advertising will exert a strong influence on consumption levels in comparison to other forms of advertising. So the study confirmed the hypothesis 1 and 2. And as for the third one, it just showed that television alone doesn't play a significant role in consumption increase, but rather it is by being intricate with other, advertising media that the role of TV becomes significant. Hypothesis 1 and 2 are correct. People wouldn't be consuming this much commodities if it weren't for the investment in advertising. So not only we pollute by making useless commodities when people don't buy them, because obviously most of these commodities are useless, we now have to mobilize even more resources to influence consumer behavior. So the product that is advertising and marketing, the ads, the packaging, etc., are like, commodities simply produced to make you buy another commodity. That's their function. And they displace enough resources to be the third leading industrial industry in the world. So this industry has to be perhaps more polluting than the other, since it literally produces nothing substantial. All of its products are made to be wasted, whereas the food and energy industries pollute, but at least they give you something to consume. So not only advertisement makes consumption goes up, which has its own ecological disasters, it too produces more ecological disasters on its own. And to show you how pointless it is, the second hypothesis, proved correct in the study, says that it is the luxury products that require advertising the most to sell as good as ordinary products or necessities, as they call them. What will motivate people to consume everyday products? It's just their income, whereas luxury goods rely almost entirely on marketing to be sold. So again, this is to show you the lengths to which capitalists are ready to go to sell Rolexes, Ferraris, and to increase value at the expense of everyone else. And I should stress that luxuries don't just mean Rolexes and Ferraris, but just a new product. Most everyday commodities were at one point luxuries because only a few could afford them. Those with higher income are better able to engage in status competition, and thus their purchases are more, discretionary goods are impacted more by advertising. So these are the different ways capitalism creates scarcity. We've seen that this is a vicious cycle from which we have to break, and yes, there is a way for that. To resist the artificial scarcity of capitalism, we must create a new society based on abundance. The way out is the degrowth communism envisioned by Marx. So now that we've seen how capitalism produces scarcity, next week we will go back to Marx and how degrowth communism, by opposition to capitalism, produces abundance. That's it for today. Very long episode, I know, but hopefully, it was worth it. I hope that you enjoyed it, that you find it